Okay, hello people. Curious if you can hear me. You have to let me know how your sound is. Just down so I can hear you guys correctly. All right. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure if this microphone thing is working right. Okay, Julie, thanks. Hi, Julie. Hi, KK. Hi, Divine Grace. Nice to see you guys. Hi, Scarlett. Thanks for letting me know. I've been thinking it's time to replace my microphone, so I'm glad you guys can actually hear me today. Thank you. Okay, let's see. We're going to get into the mini readings. If you'd like to jump in, you can. That's the way to get on the list. How's you guys' eclipse season going? How's you guys doing? How are you guys doing with the solar and the lunar eclipse energies? It's been like a really interesting season, hasn't it? Really interesting season. Welcome in, everyone. Great to have you guys here. I have Miss Julie on the list. Thank you, Julie. Happy to read for you. Okay, so your person broke up with you on the solar eclipse. Scarlett says, let's go our separate ways, he said. Sorry to hear that. Super rough, Jamie says. Hey, Kylie, baby, I always love your emoji combos. That's really cute. Oh, Scarlett, I'm sorry, sweetie. KK says some stuff from personal reading I got with you is coming true. Wow. Okay. Definitely interesting and intense. I hope it's good stuff. And Jamie, I hope things get a little less rough soon. If you want to share what's going on, feel free to do so. Hey, Julie, I have your payment. Feel free to feeling foggy again. Oh, wow. Sorry about that, Julie. Feel free to drop your birth details and your question, Julie. I'd be more than happy to answer it for you. We've got Julie, and we've got her on. And comma, KK. Julie Haranand Kaur. How do I spell this? A-N-D. We've got KK. And I got it, KK. Thank you. Hey, Debbie. Welcome. Hey, Annette. Okay. They're so intense and you're feeling them a lot. Okay. And I've got Susan. Susan, I have you on the list. We're just waiting for Julie to drop her birth details. And then we'll go ahead and begin. I'm updating the list while we wait. So, okay, thank you, Julie. Now I can create a, okay. After KK, let me just see. How does this list go? Okay, so the list, it goes Julie, Haranand, Deborah, KK, Susan. Okay, there we go. There we go, baby cakes. That's our list so far. Thank you, everyone, for all of your patience, for everyone who's on the list. We're going to jump in. Let me pull up a chart and then share the screen. Where is that option to share screen? Okay, share screen. Okay. Happy Saturday, Scarlett and Kylie. Okay, so Julie asks, she's born in Methuen, Mass. Here we go. May 28. Gemini energy in the house. Okay. And we don't have a birth time. That's okay. We don't have to have a birth time. All right. So let's see what Julie has to say. Okay. Thanks, Kylie. So Julie's big question is, she says she's feeling stuck. Set the timer here real quick. Julie says she's feeling stuck, not fulfilled for years. Don't feel like what we have is a true partnership, that we live parallel lives, each doing our own thing. Okay. Am I supposed to stay with my husband or move on? Singly, we are very complementary and comfortable. Circumstances changed last year and I met someone else. I'm now separated from my husband, but I feel frozen to make further moves. I think I'm afraid to lose what is a decent thing by delving into the unknown. Oh, okay. I totally understand, Julie. I feel such guilt with the idea of hurting him. Of course, of course. So you said you met someone new last year. Let me just go to the last eclipse of last year, 2021. It was on December 5th. Yeah, and that eclipse would have hit your 7th house pretty significantly. We have the eclipse of the last eclipse of last year, and there were a series of eclipses last year that hit your 7th house of committed partnership and marriage, prompting change, Julie. You have the time now, so let's go ahead and add that in. 6:45 p.m. And so what this is telling me, Julie, is that you are moving into a season which is just asking you to think differently. Now you have a 7th house sun. That eclipse still would have hit pretty significantly your 1st and 7th house axis, hey cat, and really asked you to get more focused on who you are in relationship, what you want, and where you're headed. Now, what's interesting about this eclipse, as I'm looking at it for you, Julie, is that it doesn't say one way or the other, you should stay or you should go. In fact, I don't even read astrology in that way. It's rare that there's a singular demand on your life. You get free will and choices with this. So you're going to have to tune in to what is going to be the best thing for you. What I can see here is that you are up for relationship renewal, but the question is going to be, with Jupiter moving through all of your relationship houses, with which person, right? And I also see here a transformation in your perception of relationship that began last year with Uranus hitting the seventh house cusp line. But it's like either the relationship you're in evolves with you, or you evolve and you end up maybe either ending it or becoming really comfortable in the current configuration. And unfortunately, it sounds like you're very unsatisfied in the current configuration. So here's my recommendation for you, Julie. Before you make a move, and I think you're right to be hesitant, there's something in the world of relationship psychotherapy called limerence, and I'll spell it out here in the chat, that I believe you should look strongly into and do some work around it. Limerence is the experience of feeling deeply unmet in your partner bond, and then having the experience of those unmet needs being fulfilled by another person, and then conflating the fact that the experience of getting your needs met with the experience of being in love. And so when that conflation happens, it can feel like the new person is everything you've always wanted and needed, when in actuality, they're creating the completion of some unmet needs in your world, in your current relationship. But the minute that relationship goes away, the limerence also goes away. The feeling of being unmet and then fulfilled goes away too. So there are a lot of books on limerence. There are therapists who work specifically around the dynamic of extramarital kind of relationships, if you will. And then inside something called the Personal Development School, there are several workshops specifically about limerence and how to deal with it. Once those unmet needs get actually met, Julie, what you're going to find is that you have clarity about whether or not the marriage is for you or not, and whether or not the new person is for you or not. But because limerence is the experience of conflating the two, it's going to be really hard until you get the needs met first. You're not going to have a good answer until then. So I've seen people drag love triangles of limerence out for 5, 6, a decade, 5, 6 years, a decade. Because once you get very comfortable and routinized in the experience of getting your needs met outside of your relationship, then you have the experience of feeling whole and complete, and you don't want to lose either, because now you're totally fulfilled. People can live in that state for very long periods of time. So my recommendation for you, if that's not a state you want to live in, would be to get some therapeutic support, beloved. I certainly see, astrologically speaking, there is relationship renewal here for you. There's lots of planetary activity indicating it. Jupiter through your 5th house, 6th house, 7th house, Jupiter coming to sit with your Venus, the eclipses that hit your sun and your 7th house cusp line this year. Tons of relationship renewal. But until you have clarity about the truth of what's in your heart, until you can uncouple getting your needs met and being in love, and actually getting those needs met in the relationship you're in, the whole thing's going to feel confusing for a while. So my strong recommendation would be to use this Mars retrograde to get a therapist who can work with you exclusively on limerence and relationship needs and relationship communication. Gemini, where Mars is retrograding, is all about communication, and that's your relationship, seventh house there, marriage house. Start working with someone for conversation and communication to get this handled so that once your needs are met in the relationship, then you can honestly have a look and say, wow, okay, my needs are met in this relationship and it's still not the right relationship for me. Or my needs are met in this relationship and I am so grateful I didn't end it. Now that my needs are met, my desire for something else is now gone. Until you get the two uncoupled, it's going to be really hard to see. Okay. It doesn't matter if you talk to him or not, Julie. The limerence is still playing a role. All right. Thanks, Julie. Appreciate you letting me read for you. Now we're going to read for Harananand. Okay. Let's see. After Harananand, there's Deborah, KK, and Susan in that order. Thank you all for your patience and for everyone who has jumped on the list. I've got, let's see, Haranand, and then let's see, KK, then we have Susan, then we have Rina. Thanks, Rina. I've got you on the list, lovey. Okay. Let's get Haranand's birth details. Okay, thank you, Annette. Let's see, born in Latvia, Riga. Over here, 3/6/1986, 9:25 a.m. Okay. Let's see. I'm just afraid to pull the trigger on the divorce. I know I want that. I'm afraid of being without security. I've been in therapy with my husband for a long time. It sounds like you know what you want to do, Julie. It seems like maybe you just need to communicate that about more honestly then. Let's talk to Miss Annette. Thank you so much. Started your timer. Annette says, the cue of home and belonging has been very present, as has been my twin journey and separation. Both feel like the same question, same place. Fascinating. Okay. When do I go home? Okay, I'm real unclear. That's very philosophical and theoretical. I don't know the answer to that. If you have a more specific question about returning to home, I don't even know what that means for you. Like being in contact with your family again. Does that mean being like going back to the place where you were born? Is that something you even want to do? I mean, astrologically, I certainly see there's some indication of changes on the home front with Pluto opposing your fourth house of home, but that doesn't mean you go back. It could mean that you build anew with Pluto in the mix. And I don't know if this separation with your twin is something you created to not speak to them. And now you want to reopen the door. Maybe you do. That's kind of what that sounds like. Your question is very vague is the thing I'm trying to say here. So I can read generally speaking. Otherwise, you're going to need to ask a more specific question with the time that I have left. Hey, AL, you're working. Oh, hi. It's nice to see you, sweetie. Always nice. I was like, I need to drop AL a line and see what's going on over there. But yeah, ultimately what I'm seeing overall is a deeper period of self-reflection. You see how there's a bunch of planetary energies, Annette, jumbled up in your 12th house of subconscious mind. I see you're being intuitively pulled to figure some things out in your subconscious, to figure out, okay, what's going on with me? What do I want? How do I feel? Why am I feeling the way that I feel? Am I feeling what I'm feeling from a place of desire? Meaning, I want to go in XYZ direction because it's going to feel fulfilling. Or am I feeling what I feel from a place of instead feeling fear? Meaning I want to go in the direction that I want to go simply because I'm afraid of losing something if I don't go in that direction. Choosing something is there's a very big difference between choosing something because it's something that's fulfilling for you and desirable, and choosing something because you're afraid to lose it. And being motivated by fear of loss versus embracing of love. So my recommendation to you, because Jupiter here is at like the 28th degree, sitting on top of your Venus. Jupiter expands whatever he touches. Venus is desire. My recommendation for you would be to really figure out what it is that you truly want as opposed to what you're afraid of. I want you to imagine that the worst case scenario has already happened. Really put yourself in the place of painting that picture. I don't know what the picture of the worst case scenario is for you in love or in home stuff. Whether you get back in touch with your family and found out your father's died, maybe that's the worst case scenario. Or you reach out to your twin and your twin says, sorry, I'm married to somebody else now. Maybe that's your worst case scenario, right? I want you to put yourself in the space of having imagined that to have already occurred. The question you need to be able to answer for yourself is, does my heart still want what it wants? Does it still feel the way it feels? If it does, then you have your answer. You know what to do. Okay. And if it doesn't, then you have your answer there as well. That's the best I can do with the clarity of question you've provided, Annette. I hope that provides you some level of insight. If you need to go deeper, you can always book a 30-minute reading with me, Annette, over on my website. If we're in different time zones, you can always book and then email me requesting a recording and letting me know that you won't be able to make it live, but that you prefer for me hear your questions and that you prefer a recording only reading. Okay. Thank you, Annette. Now we're going to read for Deborah. Okay. Deborah, go ahead and paste your question. Oh, yay. Deborah was so ready to go. I love it. Thanks for being ready, Deborah. After Deborah, we're going to read for KK, then Susan, then Rina in that order. All right, perfect. And if you'd like to get on the list, you definitely can. That's how you do it. If you're just joining, welcome. I'd love to hear in the chat how your eclipse season has been. A lot of people have chimed in saying that the themes have been that I've shared in the update have been on point for them. 10, 9. Happy belated birthday, Deborah. 1972, 6:32 p.m. Okay. You're seriously my favorite astrologer. Thank you, Kat. That's high praise. I really appreciate that. The way in which you give guidance as to the ways in which I can best work with transits to maximize energy, to heal and come into unconditional love has changed my life in so many unexpected ways. I'm really honored that you would say that, Kat. Thank you. Really honored. Means a lot to me. All right, Kritika. I'm really happy you're getting it, you know. That's when I sit down to meditate and I pray, That's what I always ask, that when people encounter my content or hear my words, that the transmission is one of Christ consciousness and unconditional love, that they receive the vibration and frequency of that in whatever way they need to take their next step into their own Christ consciousness and their next step in love. So I'm really happy that thanks for letting me know that the prayer is answered and the transmission is received. Kat, let's read for Deborah now. Let me set Deborah's timer. Debbie says, can I see new love relationship in her future? Okay. Thank you. 50 has been a little rough. Okay. Well. Yes, I do, Miss Debbie do. I do see new love and relationship. I see here with a series of eclipses preparing to unfold here on your Aries Libra axis. I see here that Aries, we start the Aries Libra eclipse cycle next year, and this is going to move you and jumpstart you into a place where you are really two things. One, thinking about relationship in a new way, and two, I see some people coming in that come with these. Okay, I see some relationship possibilities and opportunities beginning to unfold for you, and this becomes especially true on the other side of Jupiter making its way through Aries and into Earth sign Taurus here in your second house of self-worth, self-esteem. I see you feeling better about yourself than you've ever felt. That's going to harmoniously aspect and light up all the other Earth signs. This includes Virgo. Virgo Venus is the ruler of your seventh house of love, marriage, and committed partnership. And so you're moving into a period of time where there's a lot of relationship opportunity, relationship growth, relationship possibility, and people that come with this. This isn't just going to be, Debbie's doing internal work. There's going to be some Debbie meets some humans that help take her on her next step. Okay. My self-esteem is in the toilet. Got it. What does my screen look like to you guys? I'm so curious. Oh, it's not letting me share correctly. Okay, let's try again. Let's put Debbie's chart up. So hopefully you can see Debbie's chart now. I'm sorry to hear your self-esteem is in the toilet, but I do see here, Debbie, this is about to change. With Uranus, the hand of the divine reaching into your life in the house of self-worth, self-esteem, and earned income. It also represents revolution and 180-degree shifts and transformations. I see that unfolding for you. I see that happening for you. This thing where you are moving into a new season of where you feel about yourself differently. And because you feel differently about yourself at the same time that these relationship opportunities are about to come into your world, it's going to facilitate attracting, like your attraction point is going to be different. Okay. So, because your attraction point is different, because you're feeling different about yourself, and the universe is bringing you some new people, you're going to find that your relationship cycles don't repeat, that you're moving into a different place. But I do want to say that with this, because of the promptings of Jupiter through your 12th house of self-conscious mind, there's been little whisperings that the divine has given you over this year, 2022. I can see the divine has given you little whisperings of things you need to do that are going to improve the way you feel and think about yourself and look at yourself. I don't know what those things are, but I do know that you would have been shown them, like God would have shown you in your heart. If you want to feel better about yourself, you need to deal with X, Y, or Z. For some people, it's the way they physically feel in their body, right?
I know there was a time when God was really dealing with me like, okay, you cannot, if you really want to feel better about yourself, you're going to have to deal with this weight you put on during the pandemic, the peak pandemic year in 2020. You're going to have to deal with the way you're feeding yourself. Like this, the way you're feeding yourself, like you're treating yourself like a trash can, Kay. This isn't going to work. And so I've been on a road to recovery with that, right? I don't know what it is for you, but for me, it was that. For you, it could be in order for me to feel desirable, I need to deal with money. I certainly see money is a thing here with Jupiter hitting that second house as well. Earned income. I need to actually advocate for my worth at my job. Even if they don't give me the raise, if I at least ask, then I'm standing up for me. I'm in agreement that I'm worth it, right? I don't know what it's going to be for you. It could be money, it could be your physical body, it could have something to do with changing your subconscious belief systems about yourself, healing some childhood trauma stuff. I don't know. But I do see that you would have gotten promptings about it over the course of 2022. There's some stuff you need to do in order to get in alignment with the fact that all of this is changing. It's not just, you're not just going to wake up and it's changed. You are going to need to do some work. And so, Deborah, the urgency that's been in your space in this last little stretch to get up on it, I'm just echoing and repeating because you would have been shown. There's some things you need to do. So get up on it. Okay. It's funny because, you know, so many times we like all pray for miracles, but then the minute where God's like, okay, for you to get the miracle, I just need you to do this, this, and this so that you can pick up the miracle. And it's like we do everything to avoid those three things, whatever they are. So whatever it is for you, your miracle is upon you, but you're going to need to actually reach your hands out and grasp it, receive it. Okay. All right, baby. That's what I have for you, Debbie. Let's get into KK's reading. Please paste your birth details and cue KK. After KK, we'll have Susan. Susan, please get ready. Don't paste until I call your name. Then we'll read for Rina and Kritika and then Kelly. All right. Mm-hmm. Wait, do I have Kritika? Yes. And then I have Kelly. Great. The list is open. If you want to jump on it, you absolutely can. The way to do that, I've just pasted it in the chat there for you. And I would love to read for you next. Okay, let's see what KK has to say. KK was born in New York and Queens. Get it, girl. February 22, 20, 1993. Birth time 5:30 a.m. Okay. Happy birthday to the Scorpios. I know. Where is the vent? Her birthday was the other day. All right. Let me hit the timer so that I'm not off in the wind here. Like I so often can be. Does it seem like my relationship will be reaching union soon, or is it moving towards final dissolution? That's an interesting thing. Last eclipse, my twin came back after months of separation. Then ghosted around the time of the December eclipse and then got back with his ex, the past eclipse, October. He came back again. Interesting. Left the ex and claims he wants to be consistent in my life, but he's being inconsistent again already. Perhaps it's a false twin. I don't know at this point. It's been intense and lots of unhealed parts of me have been illuminated good and healed since I met him, but we are not coming together without a third part. Got it. Okay. KK, do you by chance have what you would call a dependency on psychics or readers to help you with your connection? It doesn't have to be like full on addiction, but just kind of a regular reading habit is what we could call it, with psychics or readers to help you with your connection on one of these sites or something that does this, that offers that kind of support, or with a reader that offers that kind of support. I ask because he's mirroring that back to you. The affliction of your third eye and the affliction of his solar plexus are being mirrored, if that's part of the situation here. Okay. And so that mirror, you're going to have to really make the decision for yourself that if you want to eliminate third parties and connection, you're going to have to eliminate third parties on your side of the connection. And tarot readers and myself and whomever else, these are third parties, right? There's other people involved putting influence and impact on your connection. And if you would like for him to eliminate third parties, guess what you got to do, right? Okay. I love that he's made the attempt, or at least said it, that he would like to be consistent. The work, like the game is afoot, like the work is on, because now this is where your communication, Mars retrograde in Gemini, is going to put you to the test on this. Mars being the ruler of your communication house, right? Jupiter here, expanding in your second house as we get into the first parts of next year, activating fire sign. Aries, house of self-worth, activating fire sign. Leo, house of marriage and commitment. Jupiter is the one that brings opportunity and luck, growth and expansion. So can this come together? Yeah, it totally can. But two things are true. You want him to eliminate his habit, you got to eliminate yours. You got to be a mirror and for the mirror and magnet for what it is you're trying to cultivate here. And whatever it is that you're not confronting when you are going to talk to readers, whatever feeling it is, whatever need that's going unmet, whatever communication that needs to be shared that you are afraid to deliver to him, questions you're afraid to ask of him directly, my dear, you're going to have to start going around those humans and going directly to him. Okay. And that's how the relationship deepens. That's how you take the lead in connection. That's how you bring unconditional love in your heart into the driver's seat. Okay. So yeah, I feel like this time is absolutely a time where things can deepen. But as I've said in the lunar updates, we're in the beginning of a brand new cycle. The question you have to answer for yourself, KK, is are you willing to let the brand new cycle begin with the behaviors that the last cycle was built on? That is a guarantee for a repeat, baby. Guarantee. All right, Susan, my love, it's your turn. Thank you so much for your patience. I know you've been very patient, and I'm really looking forward to read for you. Please paste your birth details and cue. Yeah. And stop saying it's not coming together without a third party, right? The more you say that, the more it becomes true. Just say, like we've had third parties in the past, but we're creating a new pathway without third parties. In fact, I would even go so far as tell him the truth, that when he's gone and done that, it's placed you in a position where you have felt the need because it's been so devastating and so heartbreaking to you. Come on, you can do this. 12, thank goodness. Okay. Heartbreaking and devastating to you that you felt the need to consult other people to understand what's going on. And that's not how you want to be. You don't want to be codependent on psychics. You want to feel like you can talk to him without him running away. Or without him, not being transparent and upfront. You want him to be transparent and upfront with you, because otherwise, even if he's trying to be consistent, it's not going to work, because you're going to feel like you can't trust him, and you want to feel like you can trust him. So, it'd be a very sobering thing to share, but it would also dramatically change the direction of the connection, and it would deepen the connection's communication. So my recommendation would be to go there. Birthday girl, welcome to the chat. Hey, happy birthday, the vent. Great to have you here, babes. All right. So we're waiting on Susan's question. After Susan gives us her question and I read for her, then Rina, it's going to be your turn, then Kritika, then Kelly, in that order. If you'd like to jump on the list, you absolutely can. You'd be right after Kelly. Just waiting on Susan's question. Annette says, thanks for the reading. I'm sorry for the vague question. I thought I was supposed to squeeze it into one comment, which was hard. The eclipse on my AC/DC also made the chart invisible. Oh, where do you see him ready to make changes in his life to be happier? That's a nice question. So you can hold that intention. It's interesting as these eclipses are unfolding on his axis of manifestation, which I love to see. That axis of manifestation really facilitates a capacity. It's like a Midas touch transit, which he has had last year and this year, where he's been able to touch things and call them into manifestation. And he already has power in the 11th house with the Pluto placement there. 11th house is wish fulfillment. Your person really has the power to kind of get whatever they want, interestingly enough. Now, when I look for the planets having conversation with the eclipse point, 16 degrees Taurus and 2 degrees Scorpio, the lunar eclipse is going to be a bit less impactful for him. He doesn't have planetary activity at the 16th degree in his chart anywhere that I see. So this one coming up on the 8th, the closing eclipse, not as important to him. He's got a little bit of something in the world of boundaries and communication that he's going to work with, and things he's going to need to really work with his mind if he struggles a little bit with depression, where he's going to need to get a hold on not letting dark thoughts run away with him, or moody emotional thoughts run away with him. I'm seeing that that's something that he's going to be working with. But in addition to that, I'm also seeing here, let's just see the second degree of Scorpio, late degree of the cardinal signs. Okay, late degree cardinals. So that, okay, there's a lot here in Capricorn. Let's see what else. Late degree cardinal. So that's going to be his moon here as well. Late degree cardinal. And his palace. Interesting. Okay. So the opening eclipse that we had on the 28th of October, that hit just about everything in his chart. Home and family from a squaring angle. Difficult choice there. Partnership asteroid got hit, and that's career. Difficult choice there from a square. Uranus would have hit money. Difficult hit there from a square. And then Neptune from a square. That is over here in Pisces. That's communication. Okay, so there's a few different things here. This really lets me know your person's needing to deal with speaking up. And it seems a little bit like, because of the way, let's just go back to the 25th. And 25. 25. Let's get into it. Okay, and there we are here. Was Mercury heavily featured? No. Okay, so this was about making the decision to get in alignment with what he wants in the areas of life mentioned: work, love, money, and communication. this is a bit like the penny dropping. As I've mentioned several times, we've had multiple eclipses on this axis. In addition to we just experienced the fourth out of, or the third out of six. The fourth out of six is next week, and we've also experienced a series of Saturn Uranus squares that have been dynamically dragging him into standing in his self-worth and self-value. So if there's anything in the world of prayer that I recommend for you around this, or manifestation, as I've mentioned, they're the same thing to me. Really start to think about what is it that your person is like. Start to hold the intention that your person can really hold their own light, that they feel good about who they are. And Lauren's saying that I might have had your person's birth details wrong. Let me just look. Okay, let's just do, I want to see that chart again really quick. So sorry to have to do a redo, my love. Susan, thank you, Lauren. Let's just see if the houses line up to be the same, because if they do, then the message is the exact same. 12, 30, 19, 55. No birth time. Yeah, the houses are the same. We're still dealing with the 11-5 axis, and this is about wish fulfillment and standing up for your manifestation. Hitting his Mars pretty directly, late degree Cap. We've got his Mercury. And what do we have on the 2? We have his Lilith. And what do we have? What else do we have on the 2? The 2nd degree. So nothing, again, like I said, nothing with the first eclipse. I mean, the first eclipse. We've got his Neptune. Neptune is 3rd house. Again, communication, mindset, thinking about and not getting sucked into depressive patterns, opening up new patterns and ways of communicating. Next eclipse is at the 16th degree of Scorpio, and I'm looking for 16-degree stuff, or Taurus, and I don't see anything there. But I do see that your person is needing to get into alignment with what it is they truly desire. That's the bottom line. That's what remains the same in both charts, that there's a real need to double down and focus on here's where I'm at, here's what I want, here's what I need to do in order to get there. And in truth, for your person, it does look like it has a lot to do with mood, pessimism, depression, negative thinking more positively about themselves. Even if they put on the happiest face to the world, it does look like, especially with Chiron in the 1st house, Chiron with Mercury, your person has an unfortunate kind of negative inner dialogue at times. And so this transit is trying to help them clean that up so they can manifest better. All right, Susan. So to the degree that you're able, again, when you're in your prayer manifestation, really sit in that, the darkness dissipates from their mind, that they are able and capable of tuning into their own optimism, that they can have what they want, and they are aligned and congruent with their own heart. That would be the best way to harvest this. All right, so now we're going to go to Rina. Thank you, Miss Lauren. Good. Glad that made sense, KK. All right, now we're going to go to Rina. Please paste your birth details in queue. Okay. Yeah. KK, I'm sorry that's the case there, that you don't want to chase him. You wait for him to contact you first. that may only reinforce why he triangulates, unfortunately, because he may not be even aware that some of what he's doing is a search for validation and attention, and fulfillment through other people's attention and time. So when you wait to try and communicate, it could really put him in a situation where now his whatever is going on for him that causes him to triangulate really shows up. And so you see how both of your stuff can really play off of each other that way, KK. That's a bit of a, so this is why if you eliminate the third parties on your side, you start to share and communicate more often, more congruently, more truthfully. That provides some of the validation that he really needs on his side, to not need to, be all over town or with another person looking for his validation. You see how your escalation and congruence can create his. So hopefully, KK, you're still in here and heard that. Susan, thanks for letting me read for you. Let's see. All right, now we're going to read for Rina. Here we go. Thanks, beloved. Let's see. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Okay. Uh, 4/20/1961. I've also found that some people find, because they're at a level of certain disconnection with themselves. I found that some people find when you share your hurt feelings or your hurt emotions transparently and vulnerably, I found that some people find that really instructive for showing up for you. It allows them to really step up. So there's that too. All right, let's go ahead and read for Miss Rina. Let me see real quick. If you want to join, you absolutely can. There's how you do it. To jump on the list, it's $25.25 USD to the PayPal link listed there or the Venmo handle listed there. Love to read for you. I'm going to read for Rina now, then Kritika, then Kelly. And then after Kritika and Kelly, it would be your turn if you want to jump on the list. Okay, the vet, my sweetheart, says she'd love to be here, but she's going to go see Aladdin, which is very exciting. I'm very happy for you. That's a nice birthday treat for yourself. Where was that comment that she left? You ended the Neptune relationship peacefully and amicably. Anyway, love you. Love you too, the vet. I hope you're having a great birthday weekend. Okay. He's been a powerful mirror and it keeps you going deeper in ways I didn't even realize, like what you just pointed out. Yeah. He gave away his independence. Okay, now on to Rina. Rina says, there's the birth details. Rina says her person gave away their independence and responsibility, and you took it in order to help. I overgave, which made him start to drink heavily. Do you see both of us understanding what happened? Oh, is this your chart or your person's chart, Rina? I don't know. I don't know if it sounds like you understand what happened. I don't know if your person understands what happened. Whose chart is this I'm looking at, Rina? That would be very helpful because you didn't specify whose chart I'm looking at. Waiting for Rina to clarify. After Rina, we're going to do Kritika. So Kritika, if you could get ready, that would be great. Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, I certainly see in your chart there's a putting an end to dependency patterns going on here with Mars retrograde in the 8th, Mars being ruler of the 6th house of dependency and what's that called? Mars retrograde in the 8th, the dependency and surrender. This is the 6th house. Things you have to surrender to. That Mars retrograde is having you get into examination between now and January 12th about what happened, why it happened, and what you can do about it. So I see you making some changes behaviorally, Rina, to facilitate a rebalancing of the scales romantically. This Mars retrograde will talk to your Venus and your Mercury. Venus is the ruler of your 6th house of committed partnership. I don't like the person he becomes when he's drunk. I had to walk away. It makes me not like me either. It's okay. I see you transforming this. I see this switching for you. And this is not uncommon for somebody with a Jupiter in Aquarius, a Cancer moon, a Scorpio rising, a Taurus sun. You've got some classic placements here that make you someone who wants to, let me put it this way. It always feels good to be a friend to people. However, when a friend is having a really hard time and we're able to truly help them out and turn things around, and we can see that result, like, damn, wow, look how they're turning things around. There's something in that that can be a bit of a like validator for us that can make us feel like, oh, yes, I'm finally doing something worthwhile. I'm doing something meaningful for someone else. And so in that, while it's both validating that, we were able to help, it can also be feeding to our ego, right? And feeding the ego is not a bad thing. It's just the kind of thing where if we're that we can become dependent on helping people for our own validation, right? I even see with the Leo midheaven, you may be in one of the helping or healing professions where you assist other people and you take your greatest pride, not in your own accomplishments, but in other people's accomplishments. And so the circumstance has provided the mirror for you that you can't want someone's wellness more than they want it for themselves, right? You can't want someone to show up for themselves more than they want it. And so it's like, I'm hearing you say that basically the more you helped, the worse it got. And so this Mars retrograde is giving you an opportunity to undo this and uncouple your own need for validation. And we all need validation. This isn't, me pointing out a deficiency in you. Not at all. We all need validation because as humans, we're tribal. We thrive and survive on our belonging to the tribe. And when we don't, the way we understand whether or not we are belonging to the tribe is through the tribe validating us. And so we're hardwired for validation. Every person in this chat, every person in the world, I'm not pathologizing the need for validation. But the thing that has become imbalanced here and that you're working with here, the thing that you're up against is where that hardwiring for validation is creating an undermining of someone else's sovereignty. Okay. Because now that person is struggling to hold their own here on planet Earth. It's created them as a dependent to you. And so it's just some hardwiring mix up, but Mars retrograde in the 8th house of endings is ending that behavior for you. And you're switching it up at this time. So you no need to hate yourself for the hardwiring. You didn't build the hardwiring. That came pre-installed. All we're going to work on now in the next 60 days is finding ways to get that hardwiring to work better for you, meaning The need for validation isn't going to go away. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with it. What we need to do instead is facilitate, okay, where are the other places I can get that need met so that I can feel good about getting the validation, and so that I can leave this person to be sovereign in the way that they are choosing to be. His choice was to do the things with alcohol. There were some things he didn't want to feel, didn't want to look at, didn't want to see. That's okay. He has some stuff in there that he needs to deal with. You can't help him until he's ready to help himself, really, or support him. And so what there is to know for you is that, will he get it? Potentially. It's easier when there's no one enabling your his the undermining of his sovereignty, right? No one indulging it. The faster he hits hard walls, the faster he can go, okay, I don't like this, I can do something different. But I really want to stress for you, and there's a book that I recommend you read. It's called Prodependence. It's the antithesis of codependence, because I don't think you've been codependent here. I think there's just some hardwiring that has not, that you have, there are some needs that you need to get fulfilled in perchance some other ways. That's all. Okay. All right, Rina, thanks so much for letting me read for you. I've got to move on. This next 60 days will indicate whether or not you've gotten the lesson or not. Okay. Gonna read now for Kritika. I cut off my friend who is an alcoholic. Super stressful on me and them. Gotcha. I bet it was stressful, Kylie. Stressful. Okay. Thank you for being ready, Kritika. I'm going to read for Kelly next. After I read for Kelly and Kritika, it could be your turn if you decide you would like to jump on the list. The list is definitely open. Excuse me. List is open, and the option to jump on it is available to you. All right. Now, let's see, Kritika. You're welcome, Rina. I hope that was helpful for you. Did that help you at all, Rina? Let me know. Okay, where was she born? In India? Oops, I don't need that. I need this, and I need this. India, New Delhi. For 28, 1987, 11:55 a.m. All right, let's have a look at it. Absolutely, Julie. You can absolutely do a second reading with a different aspect or question. You can do as many as you want. All good. Happy to read for you. For some people, they find that this just either works better for their schedule or their finances, and I'm okay with that. If this is the best way for you to access readings with me, I like that I can do this, and then I also have a way to kind of keep the business up and running with, the price points that work for me financially. So Kylie says, you are not responsible for others. Thank you, Kylie. That's always a great reminder. We're all sovereign. We're all creator beings incarnate. We all have the power to create the experiences we want to have, every single one of us. So look at you, born on a Taurus full moon, Kritika. I've never noticed that before. How is the eclipse and Mars retrograde impacting me? The energies have been intense. I believe it. What do I need to work on? Yeah, great question. And it wouldn't have just been now, Kritika. It would have also been May, that period of time. The stuff would have been really intense for you too. So what I'm seeing, this next eclipse occurs at about the 16th degree here of Taurus and Scorpio. It's going to hit your Lilith in the 12th. Okay. So the closing eclipse is really hitting you in a place of recognizing where you can't afford to back down. There's something in your emotional world that you just can't afford to not do, not have, not experience, or a place you can't afford to go back to. And so this eclipse that's building between now and the 8th is, and like I said, eclipses can be felt 60 days before or after. So you may have already felt this. You may feel it even more as we close out the year. There's this place within you that's asking you or having you struggle with, okay, so what is it that I am recognizing as my emotional bottom line? Like, I'm just unwilling to be this or feel that or go here. I'm flexible, I'm caring, I'm giving, but here's the line I will not cross. Here's my line in the sand. This is what this second eclipse is doing for you. Now, the first eclipse was happening much closer to your sun on the 25th. And so that second eclipse energy is really giving you a bit more of a kind of fine tuning and bringing in situations that would have made it difficult for you to put you in difficult emotional situations where you felt damned if you do, Kritika, damned if you don't, caught between a rock and a hard place, Kritika. Now, the eclipse that just occurred, this one would have hit your sun and it would have hit your midheaven and your nether line down here. The nether line down here is a line that is talking about home and where you live and your roots, your family of origin. And your midheaven here talks about your career and your reputation, who you're going to become in the world based on what you stand for, what you do, based on what's in your heart and spirit, based on how you're built. And so when I'm looking at this, what I'm seeing is that you're in a place where your values and your bottom line are really being called to question at this time. You're in a place where life is presenting you with a series of circumstances that are asking you, what the heck are you made of, Kritika? At the end of the day, what is it you want to have been able to say, this is what I stood for? When things got tough, when things were difficult, when things were a challenge for me, what did I stand for? What choices did I make? This is what you're being asked to have a look into at this time. And the circumstances in your outer world are forcing you into making those kind of decisions. Okay. I definitely see there would have been a work situation. I also see there would have been a home situation at that second degree of Scorpio. I don't know if you have kids or wanted kids, but there's something about that going on here, or a creative project, perchance. Maybe that's a little more in the background. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. I'm also seeing here there would have been an increasing set of dissatisfaction with some of your experiences here on Earth, Kritika. Some of the emotional intensity you're in the middle of experiencing have to do with a dawning awareness that you want more, and that how it is can't be how it stays, that you need to get into harvesting more of your potential for any and everything at this time on Earth. So if you want to go deeper into that, I mean, you can always book like Julie's doing. She just got a second private reading or mini reading. We can do that. But that's what I'm seeing. that it's more of a philosophical piece for you. And what you're being asked to get into is, what is your bottom line? Regardless of what happens, what is it you can live with? What is it that matters to you? Okay. All right, Kritika. Let's read for Kelly. We're going to read for Kelly again, and then we're going to read for Julie. Or Kelly, not again, but Kelly first. And then we're going to read for Julie again. And if you want to get on the list, if you're just joining, you absolutely can. The list is definitely open. Okay. I need to stand up for myself now. Yeah. The hard part about what I saw in your chart, Kritika, is that it doesn't look like you have any easy choices. None of them look like choices you would prefer. It looks like I said, rock in a hard place. Like if you had it all your way, it wouldn't be going this way at all. So you're going to have to go in and look at, okay, so there's no easy choice. If there's no choice where I get to be the preferred version of me or have the preferred options I want, then what's the choice that I can live with in terms of who I'm going to be? That's the question you need to answer for yourself. Am I going to be able to live with myself if I do X or if I do Y or if I do Z? Or am I always going to regret it? Okay. Always great to see you, Kritika. All right. Good. Glad you're going to check out the book, Rina. I do herbals and I'm pretty healthy. I do bring it up to him a lot, mostly when he doesn't ask for it. I see a million reasons I screw up, but only after the fact. I will work on this. Okay, good, Rina. Happy to hear it. Okay, Miss Kelly K. I'm going to read for Kelly, and then we're going to dive into Julie's second question. So great to have you guys here. I love reading for you. For anyone who's just joining or has been hanging out, I would really love to hear how your eclipse season has been going. What changes have been made, or are you noticing? What things are you being confronted by during this eclipse season? I'd love to hear what insights have struck you about your path of learning and growth, because this has been a huge season of growth for a lot of people. Okay. 2:22 p.m. If you would be willing to put that in the chat, that would be great. I know it's a lot of twos, right, Kelly? Kylie? Let me set my alarm. Okay, Susan, jump back on the list again. And anyone who's listening who would like to jump on the list again, you are more than welcome. Like I said, I know that the price point of the mini readings works a lot better for some people, and that's totally fine. That's why I do them. All right, Kelly. What's being highlighted for me between now and the end of the year with eclipse and Mars retrograde? Areas of urgency. I feel like there might be a few. That's a good question, Kelly. All right. Yeah, there are a few. Look at that. You've got these huge, lots of cardinal grand cross energy in your chart. Okay. Yeah. Not just this year, Kylie, but last year too. Look, all this Virgo energy in her chart with the Sag Gemini eclipses. She's been on a ride. Okay, so with Saturn crossing over your moon, there's been a real need to let go and release certain things as it comes to your childhood, your home, or your expectations of your mom. Sometimes people have experiences of their mom being ill during this time, but not always. Sometimes there's also a need to reshape and restructure your relationship to your mom. With this Saturn crossing over your moon, I also see it's been crossing over your Venus, and it's been asking you some very much deeper questions about love and what it is you value and what it is you want when it comes to relationships. It's been asking you. It's funny that we were just talking to Kritika about bottom lines, because now we're in the place where we're talking about bottom lines with you too. Bottom line when it comes to love, there's a lot of people who will say, I really have to have a partner who's got money, or a partner who went to certain schools, or a partner who blah, blah, blah has a certain kind of job, or doesn't have kids, or does have kids. Whatever it is you thought you wanted when it came to love, I am seeing that this transit broke you of those external check boxes and forced you into a period of time where you were operating on the heart. Whatever your expectations were in the world of love and connection, because Moon is also the ruler of your seventh house of committed partnership and marriage. Saturn was saying, we're not going to get caught up with what's on paper. We're going to deal with the matters of the heart and know that if we're focused on what's happening in the heart, all things will fall into place. This would have been a period of time where, in stark black and white, things that really matter would have been presented to you. Things that are superficial would have been withheld. And so the superficiality in love would have gotten stripped this year and last year. And in that stripping, there's a real coming to terms with, okay, who do you want to be? Eclipse is in Scorpio. And how do you want to be rooted? Eclipse is in Taurus. There's some shifts in the world of work. There's some ways in which anything that was an outward projection, oh, they need to go to this school, they need to make that money, they need to da-da-da, work-wise, they can't be doing XYZ, they have to be doing ABC. Any of those outer projections on other people as how they are desirable, that would have rebounded on you and said, I don't actually need that of them. I actually need that of myself. I actually need me to make certain money. I actually see the potential in me. Ninth house sun, house of potential. I need to harvest my own potential, not project my potential onto other people to fulfill for me. And so all of that would have been chickens coming home to roost at this time. And I do see, probably with Uranus square your moon, and again, moon square seventh house cusp, there's probably somebody in your world, especially with Jupiter having crossed through Pisces this year, where it may have felt like this was a good fit, except for there are certain things externally that feel like they don't work. And so what this whole period has been trying to do, as Saturn crosses through, the integrity maker crosses through your second house of self-worth, self-esteem, earned income, and Uranus squares the integrity maker from home, your roots. This was really about disabusing yourself of the expectations handed to you by your family about who you should be, about who people should be, about what your life should look like, about what love should look like, and getting into the matters of the heart and what the heart is showing and revealing to you as your necessary next step when it comes to love and connection. And so it's been a huge process of shedding, is what this looks like to me, Kelly. I can tell that it feels consequential to you. Like if you make the wrong choice here, you might not get the choice again. And while I wouldn't say that that's true, I would say that this breaking of superficiality that I'm seeing, and I don't see you as a superficial person at all, but this kind of like completion, I should say, of a chapter of your life where you thought love was going to look one way, Disney Channel, Disney Plus. Now you're learning the truth of what love really is. And that has been, it's trying to be liberating to you, but it's going to require some new choices and to let go of certain things that you would have presumed mattered in the past so that you can have what really matters in the present. Hopefully that resonates for you. Let me know what your experiences have been like. Julie, it's your turn. Please paste your birth details and cue. We're going to read for Julie next. And then after I read for Julie, we're going to read for Susan. Okay. And then after that, if you would like it to be your turn, it absolutely can. That's the way to get on the list. I would be honored to read for you. You can jump on the list with a payment of $25.25 USD to the Venmo handle or the PayPal link that's there. And then it would be your turn. So like I said, I'm going to read for Julie and then Susan, and then it would be your turn. And I'd be honored to read for you. And if you're just joining, welcome. I've been asking everyone, how has their eclipse been? Their eclipse season? I'd be curious what you've been experiencing during this eclipse season. 5/28, 1982. 6:45 p.m. All right, let's get into it. All right. Thank you, Kelly. I hope that resonated for you, but you'll have to let me know. All right, let's get into this, Julie. Julie. Set the timer. All right. Looking for guidance on financial sovereignty. I'm about to start my own business and I have never worked for myself. Kylie says the eclipse season has been aggressive. I get it. Starting your own business, never worked for yourself. Let me see how you're configured in your natal chart. Okay, cool. You are configured quite well to start your own business. We've got a good amount of air and a nice balance of the modes. So ability to start, ability to continue, ability to transform and grow with it is pretty well baked in there. With Mercury, the ruler of your 10th house, landing over here in the house of partnership, it does look like business partnerships and collaborations are going to be a way that you grow very nicely. If you wanted to take on a co-founder or a business partner, it does look like that would help you a lot if you find yourself getting stuck at any point. But now that we've seen how you're configured, let's have a look here at the transits. Yes. So with both Jupiter, opportunity bringer, and Saturn, integrity restorer, moving through your 4th house, making an opposition to your 10th of career, fame, and honors, and how you're visible in the world. This is talking about having the ability to, yes, start a business, but also having the inspiration to do it. That's Jupiter down here in Pisces and Saturn here moving into Pisces. The how do we put it? The discipline to do it. The discipline, the hard work, the commitment to do it, the follow through. So this is the right time. It's a great season for it for you, especially with Saturn having trined your Mercury. Where I'm seeing opportunities for you is there are some people in your world, Mars retrograde in Gemini, who would actually like to be business partners with you or collaborators for you as you get off the ground, help feed you some customers or clients, bringing things forward. I'm seeing that this is an opportunity for you. Drink some orange water. I'm going to keep sounding this way, unfortunately, for now, Kylie. It's getting better, but just got a little cold over this week. So I'm drinking the water. It's sitting right next to me. But yeah, this is the kind of thing where timing wise, perfect timing. Don't overlook the people who want to help you, Julie, because I do see there are some people this year, next year, and in 2024, as Jupiter, the opportunity bringer and expander, makes his way into house 6. And in house 7, business partnership and collaborators in the day-to-day way, business mentors, etc. I'm seeing that all of those don't try to do this alone, is the bottom line of what I'm trying to tell you, Julie. You have huge opportunities in the world of people who want to be able to help you. And trying to do it alone is just, that's not here in your chart. So let people help you. Okay. Even if it's your business, there are collaborators who can help you grow in your world. So seek them out. Julie, it's a treat to read for you. What kind of business are you starting? I'm wishing you the best of luck. I would love to hear what kind of business you're starting, what you're looking for, what you need. You can certainly put it in the chat. And if anybody has a resource, they can certainly help you out. Okay. Elise says, this makes a lot of sense. Lots of changes with my mom. And I think after hearing this, there is still more work to be done with her, more so along the lines of hyper independence. I'm so over this Saturn moon situation. Thank you, Kay. You're welcome, Kelly. I'm sorry it's been so tough. But just know that Saturn moon situations always bring us into closer connection with our, what do you call it? Our North Node, and leaning into our North Node. So I want to support you to get your North Node, know what your North Node is, and get yourself into alignment with it, because the lesson is there. Okay. You almost knocked a girl out at the concert. Why were you trying to knock people out, Kylie? What was she doing? I mean, I'm not surprised, because people are really feeling themselves right now. People who don't want to have to do the work, they would rather because we're all feeling a bit hemmed in and pressured by our lives. We're all feeling that. And so people who aren't doing the work, as you find people on this channel are, who have no capacity for self-reflection, are looking for outlets to be able to tell themselves that everything is okay. But because you find people are doing the work, there is lots and lots of opportunity here for your growth. I'm not surprised you want to knock her out, though. Not in the least. Not in the least. She pushed into me. I told her to get her fucking hands off me. I think she got the memo. Oh, Kylie, I'm so sorry. Was it accidental that she pushed into you? Like, did somebody shove her, or was she drunk or something? Was she outside of her own control when she pushed into you in some way? Okay. Julie says she makes jewelry. She does some healing and herbalism. Amazing. Amazing. So there's probably some collaborative partners who could send clients your way as a healer and herbalist. Amazing. That would be great. Like, let me see her again. Let her step to me. All right. Kathleen is now on the list. So lovely. So we're going to read for Susan, then we're going to read for Kathleen, and then it would be your lovely turn if you decide you would like me to read for you. Okay. The way to get on the list is with what I just shared there in the chat. What you want to do is make your payment of $25.25 USD to the Venmo handle or to the PayPal link listed there. And when I call your name, it'll be your turn to post your question and your birth details. Offering one question, one chart, mini readings today. And I am thrilled to be with you. You're working with a mentor now. Perfect. That's the perfect way to use this energy. So happy to hear it. Right on. Okay. Katie, glad that you are here. Great to have you. Working with a mentor is just so good. I'm glad you have a business mentor. That's awesome, sweetheart. She was on drugs for sure. I'm sorry to hear that, Kylie. Oh, wow. That's a bit of a bummer. Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised just because there's so many people at the moment who are just in so much pain. A lot of people's stuff is up. A lot of people are deeply triggered right now. Um, so I'm sorry to hear that she was on the drugs. Um, Susan, you got into it? Oh my goodness. Oh, Susan and Kylie. Was the woman in the Walmart grocery pickup, was she on drugs too? Oh my goodness. Um, we're gonna go ahead and read for Susan next as soon as she pastes her birth details in question, and then we're gonna read for Kathleen for Katie here. Um, yeah, people are in kind of rare form at the moment. I'm noticing is, is feeling out of sorts and besides themselves as a function of where the world is. There's a lot of tension in the air. Yeah, Katie, the vet was here earlier. Um, but she went to go see Aladdin today. It was her birthday this week. Uh, Katie, if you're ready to go next, I had world star energy. Oh man. Hey, Joan. Hey, Joan. Great to have you here. No, Susan, I don't see it, sweetheart. I don't see the birth details at all. I'm scrolling up. The last thing I see is Kelly saying it makes a lot of sense and Julie's birth details. I don't see yours at all, Susan. So, um, we're going to go ahead and read for Katie. Happy birthday, Katie, by the way. Great to have you here. Okay, cool. All right. Joan, you did not miss the opportunity. The list is open. If you would like to jump on it, you definitely can, Joan. The way to do that is just paste it in the chat there. I would be honored to read for you if you would like to jump on the list. The payment is just $25.25 USD to the PayPal link or the Venmo handle listed there. Be my honor to read for you. I'm going to read for Katie now. And then after that, I'm going to read for Eli and Ben's world. And then it would be your turn if you would like to jump on the list. All right. So we've got Katie's chart up, and what Katie says is, let's go ahead and do this. The past few months, every aspect of my life has kind of crumbled, and I'm having to pick up the pieces. So my question is there light at the end of this tunnel? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. I'm so sorry to hear that things have crumbled the past few months. I certainly see here with the Scorpio sun, late degree Scorpio sun and Uranus opposing your sun and Saturn squaring your sun, there has been some wake up calls that you've gotten about how you've been, some choices that you're making. Saturn transiting over your moon had these wake up calls start back in 2020. They've only escalated this year with the Saturn Uranus squares and the eclipses to your sun. And so the answer to your question, Katie, yes, there's light at the end of the tunnel. But the question I have to ask you is, what are you willing to let go of in order to get it? There's some things here with the South Node having crossed over your sun this year, and the sun being part ruler of your house of endings and ruler of your house of potential. There are some things here that you need to let go of, hun, in order to get to the light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know what you've been holding on to in terms of belief, hope, faith, expectation about certain things, or yeah, I'm seeing that there's some things that life is definitively saying, Katie, let go. Katie, let go. Katie, drop this. Stop holding here. This isn't working for you. And no matter which configuration you have turned certain things around with in the last 10 years, or sorry, 12 years, and in specific, probably since 2019, no matter which configuration you have used to turn things round and round, it's not worked. There is better for you. There is more for you. And it could have already been trying to arrive for you, but the longer you're holding on, the longer you're delaying it. And there have been some definitive endings here with Saturn and Pluto crossing over your moon. These endings look like they have something to do with a relationship or partnership. I don't know if you're holding on a divorce and not moving on that, or you sitting on like a piece of property that is tied up with an ex that has nothing to do with the direction you want to move in, or you've got an emotional positioning or posture that has you stuck because emotionally you're holding on to, you've got your self-worth and self-esteem, second house, tied into something that isn't working. And so because it's not working, you're beating up on yourself, but you're missing the lesson that it wasn't for you in the first place. Letting go of it is going to be the gift, as opposed to trying to get it to work come hell or high water. I'm going to hold on to this even if my fingers fall off. Katie says, my father's son. I don't know what that means, but there is something here that you need to let go of, beloved. And I'm not talking about, throwing away your twin connection. I addressed that in the lunar eclipse for twins. I'm not talking about throwing away a dream. I don't know what it means that you left your father's son. Does that mean you left your brother in 2019? I'm really confused. But all I'm saying is that some sort of emotional orientation to relationship and love, potentially something to do with your mom or motherhood, or something to do with your emotional investment in something that has financial ties, is holding you back. And life has been trying to say, Katie, you can have what you want. There is light at the end of this tunnel, but you got to let go. You cannot keep holding on to this thing that's ended, ending, gone. You're no longer beating a dead horse. You're dragging around the carcass, baby. You got to stop, because this light's at the end of the tunnel, but you got to be willing to come out of the tunnel, Katie. If you're not willing to come out of the tunnel, then no, you can't have light. I left my son's father due to infidelity and dealing with trauma from my mother. Got it. Yeah. Okay. So if there's unforgiveness, you're going to have to find forgiveness and self-compassion. If there's financial ties, you're going to have to figure out how to cut them without holding on to the posture of feeling owed something. If there's some level of mirror from your own childhood because your mother cheated on your father or your father cheated on your mother, you're going to have to find compassion and forgiveness and let it go, because it's stopping you from moving forward. Okay. I really like the self-compassion workbook and the self-compassion TED Talk from Kristen Neff for the situation you're in. I would take a look there, Katie. I would get into some self-compassion work and see if that doesn't help things move. But yeah, this situation is asking you to let go. There's light at the end of the tunnel if you're willing to come out of the fucking tunnel, hun. Stop hanging out in the tunnel and then you can get to the light. That's what I got for you. All right, Susan. And there's healing. There's a lot of healing you can find in recovering from infidelity. There's a woman on YouTube named Dr. Snipes, Snipes, and she's posted a series on post infidelity trauma, right? And my strong recommendation would be that you get into looking at that, how to deal with post infidelity trauma, so that you can stop hanging out in the tunnel feeling like life owes you something, so that you can come out. Life doesn't owe us anything. It's what we make it. We're creators. I mean, God's spark is within us. So you want new, create new. But you're going to have to let go of the old and feeling like the old owes you anything in order to create new. Okay. All right. So we're going to do Miss Susan here. I'm really thrilled that we get to read for Susan. And then it would be your turn. If you want to jump on the list, you can definitely do that. That's the way to do so. Susan, before we dive all the way in, I'm just going to take a moment to share the link to this live stream over on my main YouTube page, so that if anybody who happens to be browsing would like to join in, they can certainly do so. Thanks for your patience. For anyone who's just joining, if you're not interested in getting a mini reading, but just want to feel like a part of the chat, if you're open to describing in one word what your eclipse season has been like, I would love to hear it. We had that first eclipse last week on the 25th, solar eclipse, new beginning energy. Next one, closing eclipse, lunar, on the 8th. I'd love to hear in the chat what your eclipse season has been like. All right, so that has been posted. Very good. And let's come on back here. I know, Kylie, we haven't seen Kool-Aid Man in a minute. Maybe school got busy for him. I forgot all about him. I wonder what he's been up to. Let me go ahead and have some more water here. All right, Susan. Let's see. Thank you. I love listening. I get so much even from others' readings. I totally understand, Julie. There's certain people I feel like that with too. When I'm listening to them, it's just like I'm learning a lot as I listen. Susan says Eclipse season has been a roller coaster. I'm just going to paste here in the chat for anyone who might be joining how to join the list. I have planet questions for him. Hopefully he comes soon. Amazing, Kylie. I love it. Okay, so lots of Virgo. There is lots of Virgo in the chat. I love that. It's funny because typically each time we always get like one sign that like dominates the chat. Today it happens to be Virgo, which is really cool. Okay. My question is, what is most important for me to focus on at this time, especially while I am in no contact with my counterpart, as I had to step away from the shit show he was creating in his own life? Yeah. Working in school has been crazy again for the third year in a row. I bet that's been intense. Okay. So let me just scroll back. I want to make sure I understand your question. What is it most important for you to focus on? Okay. It would seem to me that your focus is being dragged to here. This is house of earned income, self-worth, and self-esteem. And here, this is career. This is the ways you make the monies. The solar eclipse, new beginning eclipse hit the planet Earth in your chart. A lot of people don't talk about Earth as having a vibration and a frequency or a planetary signature. It does have one. Earth's signature is the signature of manifestation. And to have had a solar eclipse hit that planet in your chart, it's a new beginning eclipse and it sits in the house of earned income, self-worth, and self-esteem. This is telling me that you have the power with the eclipse that just passed to be able to facilitate new beginnings or outcomes that you would like in the world of money and earned income. So I don't know what it is you have been trying to do when it comes to money, but I see that if you want to create some cash, cash is there to be created. You just I don't know how you would do it, but it does look like you have the capacity to bring it in. This closing eclipse here in the 10th house. Where is your natal Mars? Interesting. And where is your natal Pluto? Got it. I do see that this season of like hyper busyness is going to come to a close at the tail end of next year. This kind of needing to burn the candle at both ends looks like it comes to completion. It also really appears that the need to be able to do everything and be everything to everyone also comes to completion. I see that it looks like you start to get more directly into maybe just school, instead of trying to work school and work at the same time. I'm also seeing with Uranus opposite your Saturn, and Scorpio no less, trying to make good boundaries between home, work, school. This has been a big part of the transformative process for you, that it's time to make some better boundaries around the way all of these things sit in your world so that none of them are so overwhelming anymore. I'm really excited for you because I'm seeing, as Jupiter moves into the third house of communication and consciousness on the axis of education, it looks like education really takes a step next year. It does look like there's a job situation completing. It does look like it brings a little bit of financial stress, Susan. I'm not going to lie to you about that. But some of it has to do with the necessity of freeing up space and time for school. My work is at a school. Got it. You may be deciding to take a step back in certain ways or adjust your schedule, or even perchance teach in a different way instead of teaching the way you've been teaching. I'm seeing that there's a way that you have the capacity to manifest something very different for yourself in your career at this time. I'd like to move towards retirement. Got it. Even if you wanted to like retire but teach part-time online, like that may seem like, how will I ever be able to figure out how to do that? It's in here. The capacity to be able to teach part-time online or manifest whatever configuration of next step that you'd like to do, that's here. The possibility for it is here. The ability to do it is here. I'm really excited for you. But the thing you're being asked to focus on is the answer to the question, what do you want? What do you want? I don't know what the answer to that question is for you, but be specific, be really specific and very clear, because I do see that, like I said, some things financially looks like there's a shakeup on the horizon and an ending of a way of making money one way and the beginning of making money another way. If you can be specific about how you want that to look, Eli and Ben's world, then you're going to be in a place to get the most out of these eclipses as we roll into the final eclipse on this axis in the springtime. Okay. So that's really exciting. Maybe it'll be retirement that brings that for you. So that's Susan. Thanks for letting me read for you. Sign up for WWE. That's funny. Okay. If anybody else would like to jump on the list, you can definitely do so. The way to do that is here. If you're just joining, I would love to hear what your eclipse season has been like so far. If you could describe it in a word, what is it that you've been experiencing? I'd be super curious about that. Now, there have been lots of world events going on. I'm curious if you guys would like me to look at any charts for the world events or celebrities or world leaders while we give other people a chance to join, if they would like to do so. And if anybody who I've read for would like a second reading, you can certainly make payment and do that. Yeah, the two of you, WWE, I see it. It's definitely in your future. I definitely see the potential for that for the two of you. If you would like to do that. I can say I see it in the stars, but the truth is I saw it in the chat. I'm going to run, grab some water, more water real quick. I will be right back, beloveds. Right back. Give me 1 second and I will return. Awesome. I have returned. I had to take a quick break. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so on the list, we got Julie. And then we have Lauren. And then we have Sunday. That's such a cool name, Sunday. Okay. Cool. Let's do Julie. Julie's next question. Let me share this screen. There we go. Okay, sharing the screen. We've got Julie. Hey, Lauren, I've got you on the list, babes. Thanks so much for making your payment. I'm going to read for Miss Julie now. Then, Lauren, it's going to be your turn. So, Lauren, if you could be so kind as to prepare your birth details as Julie did here. You'll see how Julie did it in the chat. And your question, that would be fantastic. Because as soon as I'm done with Julie, then I'm going to read for you. And then after I read for Julie and you, then I'm going to read for Sunday. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I need to adjust something on my end in the background here. Okay, there we go. I think I'm good to go on my side. Methuen, Mass, May 28. Make sure I have this correct. 1982, 6:45 p.m. Great. Joan, you did not miss the Q&A. Hey, Sunday, welcome. Okay, Heather Bennett. Welcome, Heather Bennett. All you need to do is jump on the list. And the way to do that is pasted at the top of the chat there. And you just pay $25.25 USD to the PayPal or the link, the Venmo handle. And then once I've got your payment, I'll add you to the list. And once on the list, when I call your name, then you want to paste your details so that I can read for you. Right now, I'm going to read for Julie, then I'm going to read for Lauren, then I'm going to read for Sunday. Okay. And then after that, it would be your turn. Okay. So, no, Joan, you don't need any audio. Just stay put, Joan, and you'll see how this works. Like Kylie said, just stay here in the chat and you'll see how this works, okay? Julie says, looking forward through this eclipse season, besides the new business, any other big changes? It's a great question. Should I prepare for the next few months, especially home and relationship? Okay, let's have a look. All right.
It's a great question. All right, sorry, I have to fix something in my background here. It is now fixed. Well, Miss Julie, there is something afoot in the game of love. And I think I might have mentioned this to you in the first reading, but I see Jupiter arriving here in the house of dating and flirtation in January, moving into the house of somebody becoming a part of your day-to-day life in the second half of the year. From there, moving into the house of commitment and partnership as we get into 2024. Uranus here is creating a divinity activation when it comes to your seventh house of committed partnership and a change in status. Somebody's getting in a commitment. Somebody's meeting a life partner. That's what it looks like. Your season of relationship is upon you and it is coming into fruition. Your singlehood days are at an end, Miss Julie. So I'm excited to see that for you. That you being single is over, that the potential and possibility for love and relationship is on deck. This is really going to be a matter of what you decide to do with it, right? I don't know where you're at. If you're in my rabbit hole in particular, I don't have a large channel, so you had to be pretty far down the rabbit hole to find me, but you're probably having a divine counterpartship conversation. If you're in my rabbit hole, I don't know where that circumstance stands, but I certainly see the potential for that person to show up for you. If I recall, I don't want to confuse your situation for somebody with somebody else's, but it does look like for any steps to be taken in that arena, if there's any strings attached to a different situation, you're going to have to let that go with Saturn here, making the aspect the square to your seventh house of committed partnership. One of the main concerns and challenges I see you're up against is Chiron on this cusp. This Chiron here is talking about not feeling good enough or worthy in relationship, being a core driver for some of your behaviors. So if you're holding on to a marriage because you're afraid that you might not get what you want later, which that Chiron can certainly do, Chiron in Taurus can be very grabby and very attachment oriented. It can bring out a part of us that feels like we have to hoard because we don't feel like we'll ever have enough attention, validation, connection. What if this doesn't work and I let go of that, then I'm all alone? Then that's fine if it was congruent. Being alone isn't the worst thing in the world. Love is not standing for love is certainly a lot worse than that. And so, Julie, I'm seeing that you're going to have to walk through that fire of confronting that Chiron for yourself before you jump into this season of love. And that Chiron in Taurus, it's a trip. The way to work with it is to work with this Venus, which is the ruler of Taurus, and that's here in your fifth house, and that's to stand in your creative power and manifestation under your own name, to know that you have the power to call forth and manifest love as you want it without feeling like you need another person to do it for you or with you. This is about your independence and love, and having an independent spirit when it comes to connection. The more you do that, Aries is a very independent sign. The more you do that, the easier it's going to be able to call forth, cultivate, manifest the love you want. All right, Julie? So that's what I have for you on that. But that's the other biggest thing. You're starting a business, and then the season of love is upon you, but you're going to have to walk through that Chiron fire in order to get there. All right. So now I have Miss Lauren. She's next. Thank you, Lauren, for your patience. I saw a couple of others of you join the list. So I'm going to check you guys and add you guys as soon as I'm done reading for Lauren. Let me read for Lauren, and then I will jump and read for you guys. Heather, I think I saw your name come through, but I'll confirm it in a moment. And Joan, I need you to hold. I'm going to need you to repaste that when it's actually your turn. There's several people in front of you, Joan.
Sam, if you'd like to get on the list, you can. I don't know if I have your payment yet, but don't put anything else in the chat until it's your turn, Sam. If I've got your payment, then I'll be adding you to the list shortly. And then we've got Miss Lauren. All right. So, Lauren and everyone, you can kind of see how the chat is moving, and it's kind of hard for me to keep up. Okay. So, please hold your birth details, hold your question until it's actually your turn. Once it's your turn, then you can paste it, and I'll be able to read for you. All right. It's Miss Lauren's birthday, you guys. Everybody wish Lauren a happy birthday. Thanks for joining. Happy to do a birthday read for you, Lauren. 12:16 p.m. Let's see what Lauren's question is. Okay, let's get the timer going. If you'd like to jump on the list, you can. The way to do that is pasted above in the blue pinned comment. My person reached out to me this weekend out of the blue after 2 years of no contact. The end of this 2020 relationship broke me wide open, changed me. So I am not sure what this means, him coming around again. Got it. Hey, Trinity, welcome. Awesome. Okay, well, let's just see. Great, I understand. What's your question about this? Is your question, what does this mean? Is your question, what should I focus on? Is your question, is this my person or not? Is your question, do I let it go or do I be open? It's a great question. Now that, I can't answer that for you. You're going to have to, let me pull the thing. You're going to have to tune in with your heart to know for sure. I share the screen so you can see what I'm looking at. I certainly see seventh house of committed partnership is activated by the moon. The moon has received activation from Pluto here in a harmonious aspect. So, and whether you let it go or you move forward with it, you're going to need to deal with some of your own issues with power and control and the ways that the circumstance elicited those situations for you. Power, manipulation, control. I'm seeing you're going to need to confront that. I'm also seeing here with Jupiter retrograde over your south node. Certainly, this is a circumstance where a person could come back in who has been husband material for you from the past life or past in this lifetime. And I don't know if it's like a let what happens happens as much as it is a you need to confront your own stuff so that what the highest level of things can happen. Own stuff also being any issues with self-worth, self-esteem, with Saturn moving through the second house of self-worth and self-esteem, bringing your integrity back online. And with the Mars retrograde, I certainly see here something you've been tied to would show back up for you to revisit in the sixth house of things that we have to surrender and submit to. Mars being the ruler of your sun. That I can see that this person, this circumstance has created a real sense of powerlessness for you. And it's demanded that you get into confronting who you become when you feel that way. What are your go-to behaviors when you feel like you can't control something? Do you run, hide, lash out, manipulate, disengage, try to get the upper hand? You know, do you try to find something you can control in lieu of this? Does an addiction pop up? I don't know what you do when you feel outpowered in a circumstance, but I certainly see that the circumstance that is unfolding here would have you feel outmatched in terms of your ability to control it and make something happen with it. This confrontation with whatever the circumstance is about really getting into a place where you're being all of yourself with Saturn through the second house of self-worth, self-esteem, leaving no parts out, not repressing your feelings with Pluto trine your moon, being honest about your strong, intense, powerful feelings, that's really necessary here. And with Mars, being in communication about it, and then, from the communication, making requests, being curious about where your person is at, being honest and being curious. The best thing you can do with the situation is just lay your heart on the line, be really transparent. And then from there, see where things go. Don't just be open and then say nothing. That's a recipe for things not going anywhere. Actually be connected and be transparent. That's a recipe for things going somewhere. You'll get your answer by the end of this eclipse, not eclipse season, but the Mars retrograde, if you're willing to just be open, transparent, and vulnerable about the powerful feelings you have and what's happening for you as the two of you are reconnecting. Just be transparent. See what unfolds. I know I'm asking a lot of someone with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Scorpio placements and a Virgo moon. I'm asking a whole lot, Lauren. I'm aware. But I promise you that if this has been what's going on for you since 2020, this is going to work a lot better for you if you can get to the place of just being transparent, and you won't go away again. Instead, it can deepen. All right. Now I'm going to go in and add to our list because I see some people have joined. I'm going to bring some of the new names onto the list, but it is Miss Sunday's turn. So please don't paste your information until I call your name because I won't be able to find it. Happy birthday, Lauren. Really excited for your birthday. All right. So we're going to read for Sunday. Then we're going to read for River. Then we're going to read for Sam, Heather, and I had one Venmo come in after River. Who's the Venmo? Oh, that was Lauren. Okay, got it. So we've already read for Lauren. All right. Thank you all so much. Treat to read for you guys. Really thrilled to be here. Thank you, Sunday, for being ready. River knows the drill. I'm going to do 2 questions for River. And then we'll do Sam and then Heather. Sam and Heather, I want to thank you in advance for your patience. Hang tight, watch how this is done, and you'll be in good shape when I call your name. All right, so Sunday says her birthday. She was born in California, in Oakland, and born on 2/4/1968 at 7:46 a.m. Sunday. Was born on a Sunday. Did you just Google that, Kylie? That's awesome. Kylie, our resident detective. I love it. All right, let's mark the timer for Sunday. All right, Sunday says, I am coming from a curious place and more in my power. Oh, no, that's Lauren. Okay. Let's have Sunday's question. I'm sure River's already getting ready her first question. Did we add Ellen to the list? No. Oh, Mary Ellen. Heather, and we have Mary Ellen. Thank you, Mary Ellen. Okay, so Sunday says in April of 2023, we are moving. I could move with my son. Daughter-in-law are buying a house with my mom. Not sure if this is right for me too. Got it. That's a great question. 2023 in April. Let's get out to that time, your natal Mercury is on your horizon cusp. Yeah, I would say I see it here in your chart for sure. You could kind of go either way. You know what's fascinating with Gemini being where home is? This is someone who has like two homes. This is someone who has the ability to like maybe have a home with them and then have someplace else you can go to, which is your own space. I certainly see with the way, let's see what's hitting this natal Mercury. The Saturn is moving with them. This is, yeah, a roommate type of situation. Your son, your daughter-in-law, as long as it's that Sunday, as long as it is a roommate type of situation where people can kind of do their own things, where people are able to, eat their own meals, live their own lives, right? No one is up in other people's business. Everyone has a lot more autonomy than a family where you are still playing the mother and matriarch role. If you're not doing that, then yeah, I see this could really work for you. But if you're trying to move and then there's still these kind of unspoken dynamics where you pick up a lot of the slack Sunday because you're the mom and you just, pick up childcare and just make meals and it's just expected and nobody is, responsible for taking care of themselves, right? Honestly, I see this being really difficult for you because looking after your mom and looking after your son, you're squeezed in the middle with no autonomy. And I'm seeing that this kind of like the expectation that you would just do that with your Aquarius rising and your very giving Aquarius sun. And your generous Aries moon, I do see that you could fall into the trap of just being the catch-all to pick up other people's pieces. And I do see you being a little bit like, no, I'm good. No, thanks. Like y'all figure it out. Y'all want to live together, great. But if it's the kind of circumstance where it's more like everybody does their own thing, and on Sunday, once a week, we get together to make a meal, break bread, do dishes together, not just Sunday does the dishes, right? If it's that kind of thing where everybody's got some autonomy and independence, great. Where it's a roommate situation. If it's more than that Sunday, I feel like it's a problem. No, I'm the biggest adult child in the family, albeit very responsible. Got it. You may find that it works better for you, in terms of being that adult child to be independent. But those are the two pathways that I see for you, where there's a real need for interdependence as opposed to just straight dependence for people. Okay. So you know your family dynamic better than I do. But what I see is that this is going to work best if there's like Sunday gets to do her own thing, mom gets to do her own thing, son gets to do his own thing, daughter-in-law gets to do her own thing. Where that's not happening, this could get real messy real quick. And bring up a lot of stuff that causes people to have to do a lot of inner work and complication, and it could lead to having to move out. So, welcome, Marin. Great to have you here, hun. Happy to read for everyone who's here. Next up, we have River. River has purchased 2 questions. And after River's 2 questions, I'm going to read for Sam, Heather, and then Mary Ellen. And then Marin, if Marin would like to get on the list, if you're just joining, welcome. I just pasted in the chat the way to jump on the list, 2525 USD to the Venmo handle or PayPal link there in the chat. And now we're going to do Miss River. Happy birthday, River. It is River's birthday month. You guys wish River a happy birthday. Share a screen so we can create River's chart together. Awesome. Rhode Island, Warwick. 11 to 1988, 12:16 p.m. All right, River, cool. Okay, so River's first question. What is this chart hinting at with regards to eclipse season for change or to pay attention to? The energy has been bleh, but it's been functionally fine. No real issues or drama. Right on. You're welcome, Sunday. Okay, so the first eclipse happened at the 2nd degree of Scorpio here. Okay. And what do you have going on at the 2nd degree of anything? We've got some in conjunction, so those would make themselves irrelevant, which is great, unaffected. But we've got Juno in Virgo, that's affected. Okay, 2nd degree. Capricorn, your Uranus, that's affected. And your Saturn, that's affected. Okay, so that's Saturn and Uranus impact Capricorn and Aquarius. Juno impacts Libra. There looks like there's some questioning with the first eclipse around, is there a new beginning for me here in a relationship of some sort, a partnership of some sort? You could be revisiting in your mind more than in the 3rd dimension. Would it be a good idea to take on a business partner? Would it be a good idea for me to take on some sort of collaborative partner, even if it's not a business partner, maybe like a referral partner of some shape or form? And then I'm also seeing there could be, where is this Mars retrograde happening? Here. And where is your South Node? And then where is your vertex point? There could be a human of a romantic sort that pops back up, or they rest in your mind heavily. The reason the mind is so indicated is because of the way the eclipse hit your Uranus. Uranus is the ruler of the 12th house of the subconscious. There could be some dreams or a person that pops up of a romantic nature for revisitation, either in your mind or your subconscious, or inside of your own kind of like, maybe I should reach out to so-and-so. Maybe I should ask so-and-so. Maybe I should check in with so-and-so just to see, where they're at, how they're doing, have certain conversation. There does seem to be a revisitation of the past romantically and professionally, either the configuration of business partnership and a person romantically. Now, like I said, this doesn't necessarily have to be you doing something in the 3rd dimension. It could be more thought form related. Like, would that work for me? Would this work for me? Do I want this? Do I want that? That seems to be the vein of questioning with that first eclipse. Let me see. The 2nd eclipse is taking place at the 16th degree. And so what do you have at 16? Okay, so we've got this series thing. And we've got your moon. Okay. The 2nd eclipse seems far more impactful for you. The lunar eclipse, the closing eclipse on the 8th. This lunar eclipse seems to be all about the end of an emotional cycle that has been, frankly, maybe beating down on your self-esteem, especially with Saturn square your moon. I would have felt with Saturn square your moon, like you were in a period of time, like emotionally, you just couldn't catch a break, River. And so I'm seeing that this eclipse is bringing that to a close for you, but it's a close where it's like you have to decide that it's closed. It's like the person who's struggled with clinical depression making the decision, I'm just not going to be depressed anymore. Like, I just hate the way this feels. I hate living life this way. I hate the way my perspective on things is. There's a decision here to be in a different emotional place than the one you've been in, I'd say, since the beginning of 2021. And so now I'm seeing you move into a place where, okay, you're ready to do a new damn thing. And that's what I'm excited about to see for you. Let's see your second question here. Number 2. Okay, set the timer again. For work, we are incoming into our dead season. Yeah, I have a lot of things on the back burner that I can either invest in creating or save that money to weather the potential downturn of the market. Now, there's some changes in the market for sure. I guess your question is, do I invest in creating or do I do downturn stuff? Given what I know about the way things are shifting market wise. So you remember when 2008 happened, that was the beginning of Pluto in Capricorn, that downturn in market. Invest, by the way, would be 5 to 10K, and I'm not scrappy, so it's invest or just wait. Totally understand. Let me just see. How long would the payout be, though? I see either way good things for you, River. But do you remember? Okay, so 2008 was really when Pluto hit Capricorn. When Pluto hit Capricorn, we had that in the fall, we had that kind of housing bubble collapse that made a lot of people unemployed. Pluto's about to move out of Capricorn and into Aquarius. Anytime Pluto changes signs, we have major changes, sometimes in financial markets, but other times in other things as well. With Pluto, and so Kylie, to answer your question, Pluto's movement into Aquarius does have death and crowds getting paired together, death in groups. And in your case, River, there's kind of the end of a season of your business with Pluto in your house of wish fulfillment and Pluto moving into your 12th house, a new season coming online. This is going to impact the global markets significantly. But River, for you personally, with Jupiter preparing to arrive in your second house of earned income early next year and stay for the entire year, I see whatever you choose to do, either invest, because you're smart. I know you've been paying attention to the market. If some things shift, whatever you've got investment wise on deck, I'm sure it's going to work with as opposed to against what's happening market wise, because I know your head is not in the sand. The reality is that you're moving through a season that whatever you choose to do, it's like a Midas touch season, and these come once every 12 years. So, beloved, the option for you to invest, I see it could work really well for you. The payout may take a little bit of time. The market's still going to be the market. It's going to be some up and down. The major shocks and changes look like they happen right as Pluto gets to Jupiter gets to your, so I think you're golden either way. So here's Pluto having hit the 0-degree mark of Aquarius, making some market changes next year as we get into April, then turning retrograde to go back into Cap. But here's your Jupiter in your second house going, so we're going to level you up, once in 12-year opportunity. So if there's whatever this investment is, the 5 to 10K, I'm seeing for you, it works out in such a way that you're going to be making that and more back, hon. So if there was a smart time to make the investment, according to what I see astrologically, this is it. I would do it and do it as quickly as possible because Jupiter is going to get back into Aries in January. And I would love to see you start making that money earlier rather than later in the year. Okay. And you don't have to be scrappy, but you don't have to be gourmet either. Be high functioning, right? There's something in between being, the glitterati of your investment and, being cheap, and you don't have to be either one. So, be reasonably frugal with your investment, put in the maximum of what you need and the minimum of what you want to get the maximum of return. You can always build in add-ons later, and being prudent in that way, which I see you have a transit to foster being prudent with Saturn sitting on your horizon line in the way that it is. I really see that you've got the perspective to be prudent in a way that'll help you. Okay. Yes, gourmet, Kylie. Okay. That's awesome. It's a cert program I want to outsource. Right on, River. Good for you. The sooner the better, hun. I see that money coming back in, but the sooner the better, right? Use this Mars retrograde to get it packaged. Use January, that union window and coming close to the ruler of your second house of earned income. Use that union with money to get this money. That's the way I would say do that. All right. Thank you, River, for letting me read for you. Happy birthday once again. You guys wish River a happy birthday. It is her birthday month on the 22nd. River has a nice birthday coming. Sam, it's your turn. Please paste your birth details and cue. I see it's going to be great. It's a 3 to 6 months turnaround anyway, but yes, it'll be a big investment. You got it. I do see you'll make your money back. As long as you know what you're doing on the marketing side and on the back end, you'll be great. You'll make more than what you thought you could make. All right, so we're going to read for Sam now. After we read for Sam, then we're going to read for Heather. Then we're going to read for Mary Ellen and then Marin in that order. Sam, please place your questions. I'll just give Sam a chance to do that. Or your birth detail in your question, I should say. Sam, where are you at, baby? Where are you at? Yeah, I have your name, Marin. I've said your name. You're on the list. But Marin, you may not be current in the chat. Kylie, can you help Marin get current in the chat, please? Let's see. Your girl is hungry and needs to solve that problem. Why are you apologizing? Don't apologize, Marin. It's okay. You're good. Now, Sam might have departed. So if Sam's not here, then we will go to Heather. Is Heather here? And then I see Catherine got back on the list. Cool. Oh, and Queen of Water is also on the list. I got you, Queen of Water. Thank you. You're right after Marin. And we're waiting on Heather since we haven't heard from Sam. After the bad house issue that was in my chart, I'm like, I'll just have you check before making big investments. No problem. I mean, it looked good to me, but don't put everything in astrology, right? You got to trust your intuition on these things too, right? There's always things I'm not going to be able to see. So you got to be, really look for yourself. Kylie's like, eat an orange. Thank you for the helpful suggestion. Kylie, you did tell people not to leave. You really did. Thank you for being on it. So moving on, neither Sam nor Heather are here. Moving on to Mary Ellen. Are you here? And then Marin, if you would get ready. Oh, here's Sam. Let's see. Heather and Mary Ellen, you are next. Stay here. After closing out of the live stream and coming back in to make sure you are current. Get your cue and birth details ready to paste in the chat. Don't paste till I call your name. Okay. So, Sam, where are the birth details and the cue? Sam says he feels like, or Sam says she feels like, or they feel like, I feel in such a good energy. Everything I'm manifesting feels like it's coming. Woohoo! We love that. I've written a book I'm working on next. The twin energy is good and I'm trusting so big. Is the chart helping through eclipse with career and love? That's a great question. I need to have the birth details. Hey, Black Dog Dancing. Happy to have you here. Welcome. Hey, John Angelo, Latanzio. Welcome. Hey, Diva G. Yes, I am. Well, any of you guys can get on the list if you would like to do so. The way to do that is right there, $25.25 USD to the PayPal link or Venmo handle that you see on your screen. Once you've paid that, I can add you to the list. One question, one chart mini readings is what we're up to today. I'm reading for Sam now. After I read for Sam, I'm reading for Heather, then Mary Ellen, Marin, Queen of Water, and Catherine. After that, you'd be next. So Sam says their birthday is Essex, United Kingdom. Is there like Epping, thank you. Epping, 8/15/1975, 2 a.m. Great. Okay, Heather, you're going to be after I do Sam. So get yourself ready, Miss Heather. Looks like Sam just wants to know. Midsummer veggies in November. That's nice, Kat. Except for the world is globally warming. But where is Sam's question? Oh, Sam deleted it. Sam, what is your question? Sam is surrendered. So career love through the eclipse through next year. Okay, great. Thank you, Queen of Water. I really appreciate it. Okay, so what are the eclipses bringing for Sam? Let's have a look. Let's have a look for what the eclipses are bringing for Sam. Okay, 5th house, 11th house axis. You are manifesting big time. This is your axis of manifestation. 5th house is creative works and offspring. The 11th house is career. or sorry, wish fulfillment. So fifth house is like what we birth, and then it comes to full fruition and fulfillment in the 11th. 11th house is also the friends and family that help us get there. What's fascinating is that the 2-degree eclipse that we just had hits your Mercury Virgo there. It impacts home. So I don't know if there's anything you've been trying to manifest in the world of home, but that seems like it is absolutely plausible. And I'm also seeing that 2-degree eclipse in Scorpio also hit your Juno by square. So there is a bit of letting go and surrender. I'm glad you mentioned that you're feeling very surrendered around it, because that was exactly what you needed to do, was get to a place of release and letting it go. I'm also seeing here that Taurus eclipse is going to be at the 16th degree of Taurus. So what's that hitting? Thankfully, nothing. I don't really see it hitting anything. Thankfully, these eclipses are not doing too big of a number on you. And so I can see why you're feeling good. You're feeling good because these eclipses are not demanding things of you, thankfully. And I can see, and just see your natal chart. Yeah, you're not a heavy fixed sign person. You're pretty flexible with only two fixed sign placements. When you're not a heavy fixed person, you can kind of bend and flow and initiate and create in the ways that life is asking you to. So these eclipses, you've been working with them as they've come along. When I look for things having to do with love and work coming in the next year, I certainly see the Saturn Uranus square is facilitating you working hard to harvest on your potential here. And I'm also seeing that it's trying to help you get into a higher level of wish fulfillment. It's trying to help you understand things from a place of kind of your own divinity consciousness. Like, you can have more, Sam, than what you've been aiming for. Whatever you've been aiming for, there's something bigger afoot for you. So I don't know what you've been trying to create, but you can create and have more than what you've been looking at. So all of this looks really, really, really good. I love seeing this for you. Love wise, I would say it's not really a season of love, sort of, with Jupiter talking to your 7th house cusp line, but I'm seeing there's more in the world of work and money that you're trying to get handled before you bring love into the mix. From a soul evolution perspective, Sam. So all of this to say you're on track, especially if there's things in the world of work and money that you're trying to bring on deck. I'm seeing that the opportunity for those things to come to full fruition as we head into the first quarter of the new year really is amplified. And then there seems to be some level of momentum coming for you after that, work wise. This seems to be more of a work season than a love season. However, the love stuff is certainly there. It just looks to be more in the background for you. All right, Sam, thanks for letting me read for you. We are now going to read for Miss Heather. After Heather, then we're going to read for Mary Ellen. Please get your birth details ready to paste and hold them until I'm done with Heather. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and read for Heather now. All right. Let's see. Where did Heather's details go? Diva, I have you on the list. John, if you'd like to jump on the list, you absolutely can. Be happy to read for you. And Black Dog. Black Dog, what would your PayPal name have been? So that I know. This is our second person from Oklahoma today. So that I know who to affiliate you with. Black Dog. Okay, 4/24, 1976, 3:17 p.m. All right, fantastic. Let's get this going. We're going to read for Heather. Let me set the timer for Heather. Heather says, I've been seeing signs from the universe. I saw a white deer, I saw a rainbow cloud, and a bald eagle all over the last week. Amazing. I started a new job that I love, but will have time off till Feb. What should I focus on between now and February? Great question. I'm not surprised that you started the job and that now you have time off with Mars retrograde here. Mars has us going back over things that we've previously already done. And this is in your house of career. And so that you started the job and then now there's some type of furlough going on does not surprise me at all. It does look like January 12th is when Mars retrograde ends, but by February is when Mars gets full speed and momentum back in another place. Mars is a ruler of your eighth house of endings and completion, and late part of the seventh house of marriage and commitment, partnership. Inside of the sign of Aries, you do have a lot of placements. We've got your Chiron, we've got your Venus, Lilith, Chariklo, and Eris, and all in your eighth house. This is talking to me about intuition with that particular combo in the eighth. The eighth house is our connection to the deceased and the alchemical process of transformation. And so I see you have a gift where you're able to talk to those on the other side. And I'm also seeing that not only are you able to talk to those on the other side, but you have the ability to transform and alchemize yourself to become anything that you want to experience. So with this particular Mars retrograde, this is a season of release when it comes to relationships and partnerships that no longer serve you, you're not interested in, or have not come to full fruition. This is a season of grief and letting go. This is a season of letting things pass that it's been time to release. And it's also a season of allowing your ancestors to help you. Not just your ancestors, but the people that maybe you have like a grandmother or, a relative from this lifetime that's passed. Getting in touch with them at this time and letting them guide you on your career path is something they've been trying to do, and they'll continue to do so through this Mars retrograde. Now, a fun fact about this Mars retrograde is that it's going to make us all a little bit double-minded. Do I want this? Do I want that? I don't know. And so for you, with this Mars retrograde in your chart, going to cross over your Neptune as the ruler of your seventh house, there does seem to be some level of questioning around seventh house matters. This would be romance, partnership, that kind of thing. Uncertainty and confusion is okay. Where you need to have conversation with some folks, that's going to really help you. Gemini is a communication sign. And so where there needs to be some things said out loud, put on the table, revealed from your heart, this is the time to do so. It'll help you lay to rest the past so that you can be free to experience the new, whether that's saying something so that a person can make proper amends or apology, and then you can forgive them, and then the two of you can move forward together romantically. Or you say some things and their reaction lets you know this is why this doesn't work for me, and I'm okay with releasing this given where things are at this time. whatever way it goes, communication is indicated so that in this next chapter, you're walking into it without a heavy heart, with a heart that's much lighter, and you're far more able to feel comfortable with the unfoldment of new love coming into your life. Because I certainly see you're in a season of love at this time. And if things aren't going the way you need or want them to go with an important person, this Mars retrograde gives you the opportunity to clean it up, bring things into alignment. But it starts with communication. The communication comes from you, especially if you're the kind of person, and I see you are with the seventh house cusp line, deeply impacted, Heather, by emotions in relationship. Okay. So now we're going to do Black Dog, clean this up during this spare time, clean up relationship stuff so that when you start the job, you're just not emotionally distracted. Okay. We're going to do Mary Ellen Black Dog now. Thank you so much. Hey, Vibe and Shine. Welcome. After we do Mary Ellen, then we're going to do Marin, Queen of Water, Catherine, and then Diva. List is open. If you'd like to jump on it, you certainly can. And hey, Melissa Gallup. Hello from Vermont. Awesome. Big ups to the mediums in the live. Very grateful for you. Very nice. Cool. Awesome. Great. Now we're going to read for Mary Ellen. And we have got Denver. Okay. So I'm assuming that's Colorado. 3/22, 1954. And the birth time is 4:28 a.m. Amazing. And we're looking for Black Dog's questions. And John has jumped on the list. So we'll do John after we do, at least I think John jumped on the list. Did John jump on the list? No, I thought John jumped on the list, but I don't think John did. Okay. All right. Black Dog says, set the timer. Tough, productive alignments and heavy transits years. Diligent, transform, shadow, solid, ready, but nothing presents as test or opportunity. Question: when shift, advent, love, creativity, travel, my life force. What does out Eddie mean? I don't think I fully understand your question, Black Dog. You did. Okay, so I'm not crazy. I did see it there. I was like, where is it? I thought I saw it, but then I didn't see it. I was so confused. I'll double check. Thanks, John. Hang tight. I'm not sure I understand the question. Is the question, where is my growth opportunity in this season, Black Dog? Okay, yeah, I see you there, John. I'm trying to make sure I understand what I'm reading for Mary Ellen. Okay, after Mary Ellen, Marin, if you would get your question and your birth details ready, that would be great. Marin will be after Black Dog Dancing and then Queen of Water. Mm-hmm. Hey, Silvana-san. Do I first pay and then ask my cue? Sort of. You've almost got it right. So I've got a list going. Silvana, make your payment and I'll add you to the list. And then as soon as it's your turn, I'll call your name and then you ask your question once I've called your name. Okay. Until then, just hold your cue, hang out, see how this is done. No, Marin, do not put it in the chat now. Wait for your turn. Wait till I call you. Okay, we need to keep this moving. So I'm going to just answer the question I think Mary Ellen is asking. Mary Ellen, let me just start the timer for you again. So, Mary Ellen, where I'm seeing the growth opportunity for you at, with the way Saturn is moving over your horizon line here, is that you're moving into a season of change and perspective. What you thought, who you are, where you think your life is headed, the way you understand things is dramatically shifting. This is bringing you into a season of integrity with yourself, and it's going to facilitate some real changes when it comes to who your friends are, the way you think about friendships and connection, the way you think about yourself and what matters to you, your values when it comes to connecting with other people. And this transformation moves you. Let's just see. I want to see February of next year. Yeah, this conversation remains with you through the duration of 2023. Now I want to see December of next year. Yeah, this is the primary conversation of all of 2023 is what do I think? Why do I think it? And how does that change the way I'm choosing to show up in my life? Part of the reason why this is such a huge conversation for you is because of the way that Saturn is squaring your natal Jupiter. Jupiter is the ruler of your house of reputation and earned perception of other people. It's the way other people look at you and think about you that Saturn is talking to. Just seeing who else. Your Neptune. Neptune is the ruler here of your first house of identity. And it would seem to me that this combination of things that Saturn is up to with this transit is forcing you to, one, release some ideas about who you're supposed to be that you got from your family of origin in the fourth house and what the world is supposed to be like. Some ideas that maybe life is supposed to be fair, or that people should be this way or people should be that way. That's going by the wayside. All of your shoulds about people, about yourself, and about life, you're shedding those. And you're taking on a more honest, divine, neutral perspective about what life is like, what people are like, and who you are and want to be in the middle of it. The new choices are going to start to present in the new year. And so I would say, as this Mars retrograde thing unfolds in the now time, Let's go back to here. We've got the Mars retrograde here in your fourth house. There's a revisitation of some things, of old ways of thinking in your childhood and with your family of origin between now and February, old ways of doing things. This looks like a major, major shedding of childhood perspectives, childhood wounds, childhood ideals about yourself and life and others. Now, don't get me wrong. This isn't your first rodeo on that. Having been on the earth, thank God, and well into your wisdom years, thank God, right? You've already looked at a lot of this stuff. But what you're needing to do, in addition to having a look at these things, is give yourself the opportunity to release. And I would say, how can I put this? It's like an expectation release that nothing really happens here unless you decide to make it happen. And that there's magic in life, but it's the magic that you create, especially with Saturn moving into your first house and over your horizon line. Once we get into January, it does seem like things start to move more again externally, but right now there's a season of internal release going on. As it pertains to a lot of your thought processes on the 3-9 axis, which is where the eclipses are happening. There's some belief system and ideas that you've outgrown, Mary Ellen. And even though there was this thought that the world would always be the way it was, right? Or that this is how things work. What you're experiencing at this time is the full-on recognition that's just not true. And so you're learning how to release outdated belief systems so that you can be with how the world really is at this time. And that's what I'm seeing as the work of the next 3 months. Life seems to move forward quite a bit as we get into March when you make some new decisions based on some new beliefs. 3-9 axis is thoughts and communication. 12th house is thoughts and communication, or subconscious thoughts and belief systems. The horizon line is our perspective. All of this is about your consciousness level. And it looks like you're moving to a higher level of consciousness at this time. Okay. Marin, it is now your turn. After we do Marin, then it'll be Queen of Water, then Catherine, then Diva, then John, then Silvana. I want to thank everyone who's here for your patience. If you're just joining or if you're waiting patiently, I'd love to hear how this eclipse season in one word has been impacting you. If you could describe it in a word, that would be amazing. Paste that in the chat. I'd love to hear your thoughts or your feelings about this eclipse energy. We're going to get Marin's information now, and then Carmen, it'll be your turn. Thanks again for your patience. Thanks, Marin. Appreciate you being ready when I called your name. All right, let's jump on in. Marin was born in Norway, in Lorenskog. Let's see if this is going to let us find Lorenskog. Is there a next major city? Yeah, because Lorenskog isn't in my software. Marin, what's the next major city next to Lorenskog? Ah, 718. Two of the people I really adore on planet Earth were born on July 18th. 1991, 7:48 a.m. What's closest to Lorenskog? Oslo. Thank you. Awesome. Timer is now set. Marin asks, I went through a divorce this year. Okay, yeah, I see that here. 2022 has been a roller coaster, but now I feel really strong and happy. How will this eclipse season affect me? Thinking especially regarding my personal and love life. I'm on a twin journey and I'm always confused. Welcome to the party, Marin. We're all always confused with that one. Okay, how will this eclipse season affect me? I can officially say you've gotten an invite to the most important party of your life. If you're confused, you're doing it right. You're welcome, Black Dog. Personal and love life eclipse. So this is interesting. I'm not surprised that you got divorced. Here's why. I see Saturn crossing over your seventh house cusp line. It has gone forward. It has retrograded back. It is going forward again. In that fashion, what we have is Saturn facilitating a demand for integrity inside of your relationship sector, seventh house. And but integrity, what we're talking about is no parts of Marin left behind, no parts of Marin left out. And if there were any parts repressed, if the relationship couldn't evolve to include all of you and allow you to be the full expression of your soul song, the relationship was going to go through some really rocky times and potentially come to completion, which it has. Now, when I'm looking at this, I am seeing that with Jupiter moving into your ninth house, where is your vertex point? Here, 18 degrees Earth. The opportunity for new love things to come in will begin. They will show up, but they're only going to show up not right away. They're not going to show up right away. They're going to show up as we move into 2024. Love wise, what this season right now is for this year and next year, love wise, this season is going to be all about releasing and letting go. Let's see how long. Jupiter, the husband, is in the house of endings. Saturn, the restorer of integrity, moves into the seventh house. This could drag for a little while or it could go quick. Drag up to 2 to 4 years. It could go pretty quick if you do the things you need to do to complete this marriage. If you are doing the things you need to do to complete things, what happens pretty quickly after things get fully completed with the divorce, meaning you're financially separated, you've moved into your own home base, all of those things, the next thing that happens is a major change in your work world. And this change in work world and work status really allows you to financially, I'm seeing, buy a home that could potentially be your dream home base here, but it's going to come with some sacrifices and choices. So thank goodness you haven't dragged your feet on the completion of the marriage if it really is something that's just not aligned for you anymore. But I'm seeing you're going to move after this into a season where you have the opportunity to elevate career wise and then get the money to buy a house that you really want or be in a home that you really want. All of this looks like good stuff coming toward you. There's just like a willingness to not compromise on who Marin really is. Everything from here and everything before here was an out picturing of what was inside. What was inside was certain parts of Marin not being able to be fully expressed. And so the marriage was a reflection of that. Now that you're coming into full expression, but the marriage is recognizing, okay, this marriage only works when Marin isn't herself. The marriage is coming to a completion. All other areas of your life will cascade or domino in the same way the marriage has. Marin either gets to be all of herself or the relationships come to completion. And so you're going to start to see that evolution through all the areas of your life, but in particular in the world of career. And then just as you've gotten career aligned, home is steady again, the very next thing that happens is boom, love comes in. The whole thing is about a 2-year process, Marin. All right. Thanks for letting me read for you, hun. Carmen, it's all you, baby girl. Would love to read for you next. Thanks for being ready. You have to let me know how that resonates. Let me come back in the chat and see what my girls are doing in here. Marin was born in Oslo. It's very cold there. It is very cold there. Cat Blonde says something is engaging. Black Dog says thanks, much appreciated. And Kylie's like, help me get anywhere but here. I know at the beginning of the year, at least Kylie wants to think about Earth places. At the beginning of the year, Kylie was like, let's talk about how to get to Mars. Maybe some Elon babies. If I have Elon babies, then can I go to Mars? I remember that was February for us, Kylie. I'm glad you're at least thinking about places on planet Earth. Marin says, so on point. Kylie's ready to get her passport stamps. And Queen of Water, here we go. Australia. Brunswick. And June 26, 1969, 1:33 p.m. Let's get it. It did really resonate. Marin, I'm happy to hear that. Thanks for letting me know. All right, let's go ahead and hit this. All right, so for Queen of Water, my question is career-based. I'm registering my business. Woo woo. It's divine therapies related. Will it advance fast? Kylie's still trying to have Elon's offspring. Oh my gosh, Kylie, please. The man is nuts. He's a little unhinged. Moon and Jupiter. Moon and Jupiter. Will it take off fast? No. It will not take off fast, but it won't be slow either. It's going to be the kind of takeoff that requires steady and consistent effort. Let me see. How are you set for steady and consistent? Good. You are set for steady and consistent. You've got lots of great fixed placements here in your chart. So that tells me that you know how to put your foot on the gas and not take it off. All right. After Catherine, Cat Bond, after I read for Carmen here, it's going to be your turn. It won't be a slow burn, but it's not going to be a wildfire that sweeps through and like burns everything up. You just need to be able to be consistent. With Jupiter here in your house of service, moving into Aries, it's going to, and then Taurus, it'll impact your natal Jupiter, which is the ruler of your second house, but that's not until a ways away, which lets me know that between now and the end of 2024, when it starts to impact that natal Jupiter and into now and the end of 2023, beginning of 2024 is when it impacts that natal Jupiter. Between now and then, you've got this 1-year chunk of time where you're going to have to chop wood and haul water, where it's just grunt work, like putting in, not letting your foot up off the gas. This isn't going to be, I'm going to pop this baby out, and now the baby is going to do the dishes and clean the house and, do all of these things for me, make all this money for me and support me. No, this is you popping the baby out and then needing to do some things to take care of it, get it to adolescence where then it can do some chores. After it can do some chores, then maybe you can think about, you know, freeing up some time and some space and some energy for the baby to be able to, you know, do some fun things for you. But between now and then, it's just steady commitment. Like you will not be able to afford to take breaks and vacations and not focus on it. You're going to need to stay really diligent and consistent. As long as you can do that in the next 1 year period of time, after that, I'm seeing great money come in for you. I'm seeing it's like seed time, harvest time, planting seeds, then you can get the harvest. But if you're looking to go from like seed to harvest overnight, no, I don't see that here. This is not one of those transits for you. I'm seeing it go seed, then water, you know, sunlight, water, sunlight, then roots, water, sunlight, then shoots, water, sunlight, shoots to flower, more water, more sunlight, and then fertilize it. And then finally we get fruit. Okay. That's how I'm seeing this go for you. Okay. So if you're cool with working it like that, I mean, the main thing I would say is just don't quit your day job right away. Give this some time to flourish. All right. Give this some time to grow, and then you'll be able to really see the results of your work. But no, taking off fast, I don't see that. Queen of Water, thanks for letting me read for you. We are now going to read for Catherine. And if you would place them birth details and your question for me, that would be great. And then we're going to go to Diva. After Catherine, we'll do Diva. And then John, it'll be your turn. So John, I think you see how the ladies are doing this in the chat. Get your birth details and question ready to paste. Hold it until I actually get to your turn and say it's your turn. When I say it's your turn, drop it in the chat for me and we'll do your reading. After John, we have Silvana, then Ashley. Yeah, you'll have to be tending to it quite a bit, which isn't a bad thing. You can tend to it and get great results. Okay, born in Taiwan, Taipei, May 24th, 1985, and 55 p.m. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, Ashley's on the list. Got it. Last energy update, I felt very seen. Good. I kept telling myself, yes, that's happened. I've worked through that. It's very good. Then you're on track. That's great. All right, let's set this timer and go ahead and read for Miss Cat. It truly has been a lot of endings lately, but I'm at peaceful about and acceptance of where things are. What doors, windows, portals may be opening. Makes sense, especially with Mars retrograde. Okay. Well, Mars retrograde is going to bring a reopening for most people, something that we've already seen and or done before. For you, this reopening is going to be in the house of creative work, projects, and offspring. So this could be you picking back up a project that you put down a while ago so that you can see if it still has legs in life and give it an opportunity to breathe. in doing this during this time, you're going to discover a few things. Tapping over your natal Mars, are you even motivated to do this? Tapping over your natal Ceres, is this even the time or the season for it? Tapping over your natal Uranus, is there divine support for this at this time or not? And that Uranus ruling your horizon, you're going to be uncovering whether or not your perspective on the project is the same. That Mars being the ruler of your consciousness house, third house, you're going to be seeing, is there any interest in it from the community as well? That siblings cover cousins and neighbors too. So what I'm seeing is that there's something in the world of a project you've either done or at least had the idea of, even if you hadn't touched it yet, that you're going to be tapping into. And as you tap into this project, you're going to be in a place of giving yourself permission to see, is it aligned for you? Is this something you want to do? Is this a place you want to go? Does this have some, like, this is you about you figuring out for your future what's here that in the now, what's here that I have some ability to tap into an option for the future. This does look like it could be somewhat financially related. Mars is the ruler of your second house. So there's some level of question. Am I doing certain things, checking on certain things at this time because I'm curious about whether or not these things have financial, capacity for me? Is there a financial opportunity or payout? That's something that you're going to be looking into at this time. And so I think all in all, you're in a great place to figure out for yourself, like, all right, where am I headed? I released a lot of the past. As I'm cleaning out these last little bit of boxes, is there anything that I want to revisit one last time from this last season, or am I starting completely new? You're revisiting what's salvageable? And for me, Mars as a ruler of your 10th house as well, this is going to be more specifically about work, projects, work-wise, projects that have the potential to make you money, but maybe they never got to that place before. You're going to be investigating that. Okay. Kat, I'm curious what this is. I'm going back to giving care to seniors, but it's different than CNA, making meals for independent senior living communities at an affordable cost for them, but I believe it will help them. Yes, it's amazing. I think that's going to be great. I do see that this may actually have some legs to it. This may be something that expands in a way that financially, honestly, really sets you up nicely as you move into the next chapter of your life. Not as a despondent, because it's easy to settle for quick and simple for PB&J. Yeah, exactly. This looks like something much richer than that for you as well as for them. So Kat, I'd say you go for it. I say you offer them a little bit of that retroverted phyllo dough that you offered me. And it was like crack. I could not get enough of it. It was so good. So amazing. But with gourmet meals, food heals. Yeah, I think that's what you should call it. Food heals. Great stuff. We're going to read for Diva now. Diva, please paste your birth details and cue. I'm going to grab I'm going to grab something to make myself warm. I'm a little chilly. I'll be right back, guys. Yes, it was so good, Kat. I loved that. Oh my gosh. That was like crack in a box, girl.
All right, amazing. Thank you guys so much. I got a little chilly and needed a little something to make myself not chilly. Ooh, caramel apple sweet rolls. Oh my gosh. And chicken noodle. Sounds amazing. Okay, so we're going to do Diva now. And then after Diva, I'm going to do John. So, John, please get ready. Don't paste anything yet. Let me finish with Diva first, and then it'll be your turn. Okay, Fiji. Lautaka. 9/17/1987. 22:28 p.m. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and set the timer. Diva says, is there financial abundance coming for me? I'm restructuring and trying to get rid of employee who's cost me a lot of money. God, that would be, well, I do see you're going to be able to get rid of that human, probably with this next eclipse, if I'm being honest. This eclipse, this is where people who work under you live, that sixth house. And there's an ending in that house with this next eclipse, this Taurus up here. Yeah, I see something's about to happen where that person's going to sabotage something unintentionally. And it's just going to be too much. Like, you're just not going to be able to keep that person around. I see you being able to excuse that person from their duties. Financial abundance, yes. Jupiter is going to hit Aries. I mean, honestly, it did look like this year was supposed to be your year. 2022 was supposed to be your year for cash. I'm curious how you did in 2022. Diva, financially, because I do see that there's a lot of visibility here that unfolded for you. Hey, awakening of the tropicals, welcome. If you didn't get a promotion or some step up, like graduating and then moving into a career, I'm seeing that that's about to happen. There's something really great here, really great. He tried to forge a client signature. Ooh, child, that's not good. That's fire on the spot offense. I don't even need you to like. He tried to forge. Did he forge or did he try to? Girl, the lunar eclipse has given him the good old bye-bye. So this is with this Jupiter in the 10th house fostering like a visibility and an up level for you career wise. That's been going on for you all year. It should have come with more money for you. It should have come with more money. So you let me know. I'm not sure. As we get into the next chapter, Jupiter through Aries, it's going to hit that wish fulfillment. It does look like you could have more money here. I did really well financially, but it went towards his salary. He was a bust, and I caught him. Girl, Mama said, knock you out. Take that man off payroll immediately. 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 He's costing you more money than he's making you. So not worth it. And then find someone, to replace with in time. But yeah, I think more money, yes. I'm glad you made more money. I'm sorry it went the way it went with that person. I do see the potential to make more money again. It's somewhat there next year. It's not as great as this year was, but it's certainly there.
So I don't know. I think it's going to be kind of cool for you. Next year, I think some options and opportunities for better collaborators, coworkers, and colleagues. I think those will be there for you. But in terms of a lot more money, I think it'll be some more money. I think you're going to be working on solving your employee problems through the next and the last Taurus Scorpio eclipse season will be in the spring. And so between now and then, it looks like you're going to be dealing with firing him, cleaning up the mess, hiring somebody new. Okay. That's what this looks like. All right, Diva. And then, yeah, from there, it looks like financially things can go a bit better. They're not as great as they were this year, but they're better after the spring. So, all right. Thank you, Diva. Now it's John's turn. I'm going to read for John, then Silvana, then Ashley. John, Silvana, and Ashley, I want to go ahead and thank you for your patience. You guys have been wonderfully patient and hanging out here. It's been a pleasure and a joy to have you. I'm moving through the readings at a clip of about 4 minutes per reading, and I would love to keep that moving by having you guys be ready to paste the minute I call your name. So now I've called John's name, and he's going to give me his birth details. He's going to give me his question. And birth details and question is what's going to make it possible for me to read for him. Then it would be Silvana's turn, then Ashley's turn. But Silvana and Ashley, please hold the information until I say it's your turn. Okay. Thank you, John, for being ready to go when I call your name. Really appreciate it. And if you're just joining Awakening of the Tropicals, I'd love to have you. Just join the list by sending your payment of $25.25 over to the Venmo handle you see on your screen or the PayPal address you see on your screen there and in the blue pinned comment, and then I'll add you to the list. Okay. You would be after Ashley. And there's only 2 people in front of Ashley, and I'm reading for one of them now. So your turn would be fairly quickly. 3:13:85, 1:12 p.m. Buffalo. Let's get John's question and we'll dive right in. I'm telling you, Kylie, that reverse puff pastry is to die for. I don't think I've ever had anything that good. It blew me away. It was so good. Blew me away. What did I call it? Inverted phyllo dough? I'm so sorry, baby. I didn't mean to call it inverted phyllo dough. Okay, so John is here with his question. You set the timer for it. Okay, so John says everything has fallen into place when it comes to work. I'm currently building a new home out in the country, but I'm curious as to when the life partner comes into play. A reason I haven't found it yet. Yes. Okay. So a couple of things, John. One of the things to know when you have the Capricorn 7th house is that you tend to be Capricorn 7th house people are people who tend to marry later in life, meaning on the other side of 30 or 40, right? And so that doesn't mean that you won't, and it doesn't guarantee that you will have it later in life. It could happen anytime, but it's typical to see a marriage for the Capricorn 7th house happen on the other side of the midlife transits. So on the other side of any time between 40 and 44, that's very common for people who've got the Capricorn 7th house. And so I'm also seeing that from a timing perspective, you just went through one of the biggest breakup transits you could ever get. And this was Saturn and Pluto rocking into your 7th house. Saturn bringing the bat and knocking the vase over, and Pluto bringing the broom and dustpan and saying, we're not putting this back together again. No, 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 we're over this. The way you've done relationships before, looked at relationships before, showed up in relationships before has come to a completion. You're in a brand new season of your life, and this new season is giving you the option for new types of connection and commitment. However, it's really, I can see it's taken quite the toll on you. And would have rendered you in for a season of being solo for a couple of years if you didn't just come out of a divorce. Season of love does come, though, with Jupiter heading into your 10th house, sitting with your Venus. I see by springtime of next year, so April, May, there's some love stuff that shows up for you and a person to go with it, with that Jupiter harmoniously aspecting your vertex point here in your house of dating, flirtation, and romance. Vertex is the gateway point via which significant people walk through, indicated by significant transits. Jupiter trine harmoniously aspecting the vertex point and speaking to Venus there does tend to call in partnership material for you. And this is a once in 12-year transit where Jupiter would hit this particular point in your chart. Other harmonious placements have occurred, but nothing quite like this. And most of them in the recent decade have been blocked up by Saturn's positioning in your chart. Now that Saturn's kind of done with your 7th house and fully pulled you and aligned you into integrity, as Jupiter hits this Venus, the season of love is upon you. You're going to, by 2025, be 40, and you'll be just on deck for the right person to have entered your life at the right time. Thank goodness the wait is over. So yeah, I would begin the process, if you haven't already, of putting yourself out there. If you know you've got certain hangups or blocks in love, getting too clingy or needy fast, being too avoidant or dismissive, being too confusing, hot and cold with people. If you know these are any of your issues, I strongly recommend you get a therapist to start working through them, because you can roll through your season of love, which is about 3-4 years. You could roll through your season of love with those same issues and get the same results you've had in the earlier part of your life. Unfortunately, it changes when we change. So if you want a new thing, got to do a new thing. Thank you, John, for letting me read for you. Season of love is coming. Just make sure you're ready. We're going to read now for Silvana. Thank you so much, Silvana, for your patience. Let's have your question. After Silvana, we'll read for Ashley, and then our list is fully complete. Just checking to see. We had one other person jump on. Mindy just jumped on the list. So we'll read for Miss Mindy. And we will read for Silvana. I've been asking people the question of the day, which has been, how is your eclipse season going? If you could describe it in a word, what would you say? Silvana, I'm going to need those birth details. Oh, I got them. I see. Great. Okay, so you were born in the Dominican Republic. Santiago. Okay. On 8/27, 1984, 1:40 a.m. All right. You're welcome, John. Okay. Set the timer. Silvana says, this last year has been one tower moment after the other. Break up with my twin after a 12-year journey, lost my dog, hit with a lot of financial burden, and my soul lacks purpose. Oof. Let's see. I'm usually a very lucky person and things come easily to me, but this last year has been everything but easy. Any blessings that lie ahead after this eclipse season, whether financially or in love? Silvana, I'm sorry you've been through such a hard time. This is horrible to hear. I'm really sorry to hear this. Okay, so you've got the Virgo Sun Moon combo, which would have facilitated challenge, Jupiter and Pisces. Trying to figure out what would have facilitated this level of challenge for you, because Chiron's not doing it. Saturn's not doing it. Neptune's not doing it. Is it Uranus? Yes. And how did you say? It's just been 1 year since all this happened. We went from 12 to 17 this year. It wasn't Uranus. Now, how does this work? Why can't I see where the problem is? Oh, you're telling me to look to your horizon. And it's the positioning of Neptune. Well, okay, so blessings. Let me start figuring that out. Let's get with that question more directly. Blessings indeed. I do see here with Jupiter moving through your 10th house and then into your house of wish fulfillment, blessings are in fact something that's coming to you, especially after the mid-year point of 2024. And this is just going to ramp up through then. Jupiter in your 10th house is helping you with work stuff. It's helping you get grounded in a visible position work-wise to position yourself into something of a greater level of accountability, responsibility, and opportunity for your career expansion. As it gets into your 11th house, that Jupiter placement is going to expand that house of wish fulfillment and earth sign Taurus and harmoniously aspect your sun, your Mercury, and your moon. Sun governs late house of money. Moon governs early house of money. Mercury governs home and family, and it also governs subconscious mind. So I do see you moving into a season of much more peace, much more understanding of what's happened, much more compassion for yourself that you went through what you went through. The way it's presenting to me is that the universe kind of ripped you up as a plant out of the ground and sort of planted you in a new place. And in so doing, quite a few of your little roots, like little tendrils of your roots, got ripped in the process, which is what you experienced, certain closings, certain things that needed to end. So Yes, there's light on the horizon. Whatever caused this, I do see it coming to a completion. I'm seeing the new beginning really take place in you getting financially stable work-wise. And then from there, everything just seems to go to a much better place. Much better. I'm really excited for you because it does seem like money and work get stable first, allowing you that independence and sovereignty. And then everything else from there seems to fall into place. Oh, excuse me. Everything else from there seems to fall into place. So it's quite exciting, my love. I thank you for letting me read for you on this, Silvana. Hang in there. I know that wasn't what you just went through. It was not easy, but hang in there. It does get better. We're going to read for Ashley now and then Mindy. Sounds about right. That is exactly what the universe did to me. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, Silvana. It does get better from here, I promise. And it's going to get progressively better as we move into the new year, with the middle and the late part of the year feeling a lot better. You'll be in a much different place by this time next year. We're going to read for Ashley now and then Mindy. And then I'm thinking about going ahead and closing the list, unless there's anybody who would like to jump on it. Last call. We'll do last call for a little bit, and then it'll be your turn if you, in fact, would like to be next. Okay, thank you, Ashley. Indiana, Hartford City. Happy birthday, Ashley. Welcome. 1984, 10:05 a.m. You guys wish Ashley a happy birthday. Awesome. This year has been a complete nauseating emotional roller coaster. I bet it has been, with South Node crossing over your sun. Husband and I separated and I got a new job, which is stressful and not fulfilling. Is there a time approaching where I reconnect with my love and life calms down? Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. You're so welcome. Did I be sure to wish Ashley a happy birthday, guys? Happy birthday, sweetheart. Yeah, South Node crossing over your sun would have dredged up a whole bunch of stuff from your past that you needed to release and let go of. Things that don't work for you, don't serve you, aren't you anymore. And with so much Scorpio in your chart and a couple of key Taurus placements, even though you've got the Pisces moon and the Sag rising, sometimes it can be hard to let go of things. It can be hard to say goodbye. And so I'm seeing here that life does calm down now that as soon as the South Node finishes with your sun, and that will be, I believe, as early as December into January. Let's just look at January. Let's just look at February. Actually, let's get to March. Yeah, by March, things seem to be somewhat better. All right. The second issue here is Saturn crossing over your moon. This is a very difficult period of time for many people. It tends to be most difficult sign before and sign of your moon, and it's come within 30 degrees of your moon. It's coming to sit pretty exact. This is a very difficult period of time in a person's life where they're being asked to focus on their North Node. Your North Node in Taurus is about learning how to value the process of surrendering, value the process of recognizing that some things you can't control, value the reality that sometimes there are things bigger than you and you need help to be able to deal with them. You can't do everything by yourself, and give yourself that permission to release, to relinquish, thinking that you're going to have an answer, that other people are going to be able to answer things for you, and that there are not, how can I put it? Give yourself the permission to lean into where you have support, I guess is the best thing that I can say. Trying to do it all yourself is going to be really hard. And this is your lifelong lesson, is that you don't have to be so independent that you don't ask for support. Whew, these are big ones, Ashley. Really big ones. My goodness. I can see that Saturn has wreaked some havoc in the home space, wreaked some havoc in your relationship with your mom or your capacity to feel at home. It's wreaked some havoc in relationship for you. And it's really asking you to confront your vulnerability and being able to let people in. This is your next step on giving people permission to help and support you. And I know that's a lot to ask of somebody with as many Sagittarius placements and Scorpio placements as you have. That's a lot to ask. But I promise you, if you can give yourself that permission to let people in and let people help you, this is going to get easier. Okay? And be smart about who you ask for help. Don't ask people for help that you know will let you down, so you can go, see, I knew I shouldn't have asked anyone for help. I'm better off just doing this on my own. Be prudent about this. Ask people who are actually capable of helping you. All right. Even if it causes you a little bit of shame, even if you have to let go of some pride to do it. The more you do this, the better life is going to get through this transit. All right. Thank you, Ashley, for letting me read for you. We're at last call. Anyone who would like to jump on the list needs to do so now. I've got one more person, and then I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. Mindy, it is your turn. After Mindy, if you're listening now and you would like to have the opportunity for me to read for you, you can do so by dropping a payment of $25.25 USD at the PayPal link in the pinned comment above, or in the Venmo handle in that chat that I just placed there. I'm at last call. I'm reading for Mindy now. And if you happen to jump on the list before I finish reading for Mindy, then I'll be reading for you. If I finish reading for Mindy and we miss each other, then you are welcome to subscribe to the channel and I'll read for you next time I'm live. Just be sure to hit that notification bell so you're made aware. It's Mindy's turn now. After I read for Mindy, it could be your turn if you decide to jump on the list. Last call. I'm going to read for Mindy, then you, and then we're going to close out. Thanks so much for hanging out today, everybody. Really sweet to chat with you guys. Where is Miss Mindy? Miss Mindy. Awakening of the Tropicals. Where would you have posted it? I see Carpe Diem here. I see Silvana here. I do not. I see Silvana and I see John, and I do not see anything from you, Awakening of the Tropicals. Cool, Mindy. Amazing. This is last call for anyone who would like to jump on the list. I'm going to read for Mindy. And after I read for Mindy, if I haven't received any new payments, then I'm going to close out. Last call, last call, last call. If you'd like to jump on the list, the time is in fact now. After I read for Mindy, I'm closing out if there have been no new payments. All right. Mindy was born in Utah. Brigham City. 3/2/1983. Got it. 7:00 a.m. Cool. All right, Miss Mindy. Let's see. What questions do you have, beloved? What question can I answer for you today? Okay, we're waiting on Mindy's question. And as soon as we get Mindy's question, we'll dive in. Here we go. Wondering how the eclipse will hit. I've been struggling with having a growth in my mouth dealt with. Okay, physicians have turned me away countless times, one telling it could be cancer, and CAT scan showed tumor. Interesting. The mouth, the mouth, the mouth. You are, I think, Aries. But skin. House of Health and Well-Being is Sun for you. Here's your Sun at the 11th degree of Pisces. And why would they turn you away? It's fascinating. Either way, I see it getting handled in the next 2 years' time. Let me go. I hope it doesn't take that long, but let me go forward in time and just see where we're at. Yeah. I hope it doesn't take that long, but let me see something, Mindy. Let's just see the zodiac parts for the mouth, because mouth, lips, LIPS, mouth. Interesting. I'm not very good at medical astrology. It's a field that I don't do a whole lot with. Mouth. Okay, here we go. So I have to Google when we're looking at this. I'm like trying to figure out which part, which zodiac sign, and then which planet is going to be affiliated with your mouth. So we can get you accurate support here. Rules, ears, mouth, neck, vocal cords, teeth. Let me try ears, neck, vocal. Nice if I could spell. Hang on one second, Mindy. I want to get you something accurate to work with here. Oh, crap. I hate slideshows. This was going to be a quick one. Okay. Taurus, that's the problem. Okay. Thank you for your patience, Mindy. Now let's get back into this. Okay. So where does Taurus sit in your chart? Here. Yeah, I hate to say this to you, but this looks like it's going to take a minute to clean up. It's going to take about 2 years' time. Whatever the issue is, it does look affiliated with the positioning here of your Uranus approaching your Chiron. It's not fully there yet. And it also looks like it has something to do with the way Nessus has been sitting on your sun being the ruler here of your sixth house of health and well-being. Pluto has been square this Chiron for well over a year. You may need to actually find someone not local to you to help you deal with this. Is the other thing that I'm seeing here too, because of the way Pluto's playing a role. Pluto is long distance travel. You may need to find someone who's non-local. Saturn is square the natal Chiron. So this talks about healing and integrity, but from an aspect of difficulty. Some of this is coming through the subconscious mind. I know, awakening of the tropicals, that's the last thing I want to tell you, is that it's going to take this long to resolve. I don't want to have to tell you that. I would say it's possible that, and likely, given how much you've been working on it thus far, that you're going to be able to find someone who can resolve it for you within the next 2 years, as opposed to 2 years away from now. I would say that it's very plausible, given how dedicated you've been to this so far, to have seen multiple treatment practitioners. It's been 17 years. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Well, 17-year transit brings us almost to talking about Pluto and Neptune in transit. Mostly, okay, 2008 here. That's natal Jupiter and natal Saturn. Yeah, I'm so sorry, awakening. This is a doozy of a transit. So, given how diligent you've been at trying to seek medical attention for this, I would say within the next 2 years. I even went to the ER twice. They wouldn't look at it or do any scans. Girl, do you still live in Utah? That's some craziness. Like, you might need to go out of state to get some medical attention, is what I'm seeing here. Because what you're saying in terms of the way the medical establishment is treating the issue does not make any sense. Like, if you've got a growth, they need to actually look at it, biopsy it, figure out what it is. I'm not seeing anything, just so you know. I'm not seeing anything here that speaks to things like cancer or imminent death or anything like that, or like prolonged skin disease. I'm not seeing anything like that, just so you know. I'm just seeing the complication in getting help that you've been having. But that within, I won't push it to I will say within the next 2 years' time. So that means within any time between now and then. That could be in the next 3 months, the next 6 months, the next 12 months. Within the next 2 years worth of time, it does seem like this gets resolved. I lost it and couldn't quit crying yesterday. It sounds like you've been dealing with an extreme amount of medical gaslighting. And that's really not okay. Medical gaslighting is the process by which you go to seek support for something and you get told, I know better than you. This is either in your head or not a problem. And you're trying to explain this is a problem. And I need help. I need support. And so I certainly see here with the Saturn in your 12th house aspecting the house of physical health and well-being. Saturn is asking you to stand up for your physical health and well-being, but my God, hell of a way to have to do it. Jesus. I also see that this may in the next, this is going to get resolved. You just may need to seek medical attention outside of the normal and traditional routes to be able to get what you need. But I don't see this dragging out forever, given how hard you're already working at it. Mindy, I am so sorry you're in the midst of experiencing some medical gaslighting in this way. That's not okay. All of us, have the right to attentive and accurate medical care. And as unfortunate as it is, as a divine creator being incarnate, it is up to you to continue to press forward until you have found and received that. Okay. So I'm sending you a lot of love, encouragement, and strength. Some of the lesson of this has to do with getting into that self-advocacy. A neurologist. Keep going until you find someone who listens. Keep going. Okay. The normalization of tumor creation is not okay. It's unacceptable that they're working to attempt to make a tumor a normal. No, don't keep going until you find someone who's willing to listen. Yeah. So I just really want to validate for you here that the major lesson in this is standing up for yourself based on what I'm seeing in your chart. I also really want to validate that you will get the support you need and validate that you are acknowledge that you're already working on it and that the way you've been treated is unacceptable and you can get better health and medical treatment and you're already working toward getting it. Okay. Keep going. I'm really, really sorry, Mindy. Really bites. Ugh, I hate hearing things like that. But sending you some strength, hon. You got this. Keep going. Okay, Plumina jumped on the list as I was reading for Mindy. So Plumina, if you would just send your question, that would be fantastic. Send your question and your birth details. I'll be happy to read for you, Plumina. Took 2 years for me to get the scan I needed. Given the configuration of things in her chart, it lasts up to 2 years, Kat, but it doesn't mean it is a whole 2-year thing. Like she said, she's been dealing with it for 17 years. For me to really dig into it, for the whole 17-year stretch and looking at the things that have happened, I would need to do a private reading to really fully understand it. But it looks like within the 2-year span, this gets handled. It's not a 2-year transit specifically. No, Kat, to answer your question. Okay. All right. So we've got Miss Plumina here. We're going to read for her, Bulgaria. Okay, so last call. If anyone wants to jump on the list, you can. However, once I'm done reading for Plumina, I'm going to close shop. So if you want to get on the list, now is the time to do it. Last call, people. I'm going to close up if I don't receive a payment before Plumina and I are complete. The way to jump on the list is to just send payment of $25.25 USD over to the Venmo handle or the PayPal link that you see there on your screen. As soon as I'm done with Plumina, it'll be your turn. And if I haven't received payment by the time I'm done, we're going to close out. Thanks everyone for your patience. Let's dive into Plumina's question. I'm going to set the timer. All right, Miss Plumina asks, I guess my question is how to best navigate the current time until the end of the year and make the beginning of the new one to make the most of it. Okay, great question, Plumina. Huh. Let me see. I'm going to get ready for my boyfriend sending his payment over now. Okay, no problem. We can do a reading for your boyfriend, Plumina. No problem. All right. Or awakening of the tropicals. We can do a reading for your boyfriend. All right. So how to make the most awakening, what I see here, or not awakening, but Plumina, you've been moving through a period of time that's been trying to help you elevate your career status, make more money, and find your right service here in the world, the right work for you. And so with this transit, I'm seeing that with Mars retrograde here, going from house 12 to 11, Mars being part ruler of the 10th, there's probably some business ideas or career ideas and or responsibilities that may come on deck for you to be able to take advantage of so that you can get more money, more visibility, more status. You may, if you work for somebody, have your boss come to you and say, what I'm going to do is need you to take on the role of somebody else. And if you can do this well enough for a period of time, Plumina, I'm seeing that you're going to get a promotion or a raise after doing that. And so what I would say is the next thing is it's time for you to give yourself whatever the step is you need to take in terms of action to get, your career moving to the next best place. This is what needs to be done at this time. Okay. So if there's an action step business wise or taking on more responsibility work wise, I do see that if you're able to maintain this within the next 6 months, what happens is bada bing, bada boom, money, 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 money. Good money, big money comes in, and it's going to be great in 6 months' time. So give yourself that permission to step up to the plate, be bold, be courageous. This thing, whatever it is that's asking you to jump on it, is giving you the opportunity to not just be more visible, but also set up the next plateau in your career by which you get to do the next biggest and best thing. I'm super pumped. I really like to see this. So yeah, if it's an idea that you need to leverage on your job or in your business, take advantage of it, dig in, do the idea. If it's not an idea, but it's like just responsibility, helping out, stepping up, it's okay if it doesn't come with more money right now. I am seeing that it will come with more money in time. Just be willing to put in the grunt work now, because the minute this period is done, money comes in. All right. So I really, really like to see that for you. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Good luck, Plumina. Let us know how it works, or if you have an idea, like, be super curious to support you with it. Excuse me. I'm going to try to start something on my own. It's going to make myself more visible. Yeah, go for it. I see the money coming. Go for it. Okay, we have Mindy's second question, and then Stephanie. The payments came in that order. So I'll do Mindy and then Stephanie. And I'm in last call until about 5:30. So as you can see here on my screen, it is almost 5:30 where I live. When it gets to 5:30, I'm going to close the list. So if you want to go ahead and jump on the list, now's the time to do that. Let's go ahead and make a reading happen. A second reading happen for Mindy. You're welcome, Plumina. I'm so excited for you. River. Okay. 212 Salt Lake City. Okay. Salt Lake 212 1978 3:50 a.m. Okay. Okay, Mindy, help me understand. You said this is River's chart, but you've got court. Does he have court? I'm really confused. Please clarify what I'm looking at. Court dates for what? Help me understand what I'm speaking to. Elvin, hi, beloved. Hello, hello, hello. Always great to see you, sweetie. Hi, 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 hi. We are on last call, so I'm going to read for Mindy, then Stephanie, and then I'm going to close out unless any other payments want to come through before 5:30. Once we get to the 5:30 mark, my time, which you can see up here, then I'm going to go ahead and close the list if no new payments come in by then. Waiting for some clarification here on from Miss Mindy about what court dates for what. Is it his court date, your court date? Like, help me understand what I'm looking at. Okay. After Mindy, I'm going to read for you, Stephanie. Stephanie, if you could go ahead and get ready with your question, that would be amazing. I would love to see your question. Not yet. Wait till I call your name, and then we can dive in. River has court. Okay. Got it. River's got court dates the next few months. And court for what? Is it like, I don't know, DUI, divorce custody, lawsuit for injury? Oh, his brother got charges using his name. And now he has to go to court. Thank you for clarifying. All right. Well, this Mars retrograde is certainly bringing that up. I see he got dragged into some stuff. This is the house of things we need to surrender to over the next 2 months. This Gemini is siblings, so I see he got dragged in. I see there's confusion with the Neptune thing. Neptune is indicated very strongly here. This looks sticky. Is his brother a twin? Is his brother like his twin brother? Like they look alike? Is it that kind of thing? Because I see why and how that would be a kind of confusing thing. Let me just progress this a little bit so that I can understand how things unfold. Because right now it just looks murky. It looks murky. It looks crazy. And I want to see things get better, but I need to understand how the planets move. Pluto here. Ooh. Where is Pholus? And where is natal Jupiter? This is about to mess their relationship up, like permanently, is what this looks like. It looks like he's not going to be able to look at his brother the same again, unfortunately. Like this is going to create a permanent shift in the family dynamic. Not even like a brother where they look alike. Okay, that's good. But this looks like it permanently shifts their dynamic in certain ways, which I think you knew, and I think you've probably already seen so far. By the time River gets to his birthday, got it, 5-foot dreads. By the time River gets to his birthday, there's a few different things going on here. The Uranus opposition in his chart is having him really think long and hard about some of the choices he's made that have even gotten him into this position in the first place. Because my suspicion is this isn't the first betrayal from his brother, based on what I'm seeing in the houses. In his natal chart, this isn't the first time his brother has put him in a difficult position with his brother's choices. And so this is forcing River to come into a season of making different choices with this individual. He's family, but there's some new boundaries that need to be in place. And so I'm seeing that happening, although it's just not without some heartache and some grief for River, unfortunately. It does look like by the time we get into February, River's in a much better place. Things are clear. He knows what's what. It just looks like this cost him a lot. Emotionally, financially, with his brother. It just like this was an expensive ordeal to have to go through. But it is going to permanently shift the way he is in relationship to his sibling so that he's never put in this kind of position again. Never. So all of that to say, unfortunately it was necessary so that he's not put in a position of compromise with his brother anymore. He's created the appropriate boundaries and distance with his brother so that he's never in the circumstance. But damn, that really fucking bites. Really bites. I mean, and it just sucks really that he's, he gets targeted for having the dreadlocks. That really bites as well. Profiling is definitely a thing, whether it's, lifestyle or racial or any other type, right? Lots of emotional and financial strife. Yeah. Profiling is a real thing. And so I see River getting into a place where he's like, I just cannot be caught up in your stuff anymore, bro. And putting himself in a position where he has created appropriate distance to let his brother stand for his own decisions. Damn. Really sorry, Mindy. But it does look like you're like River comes through it. It just doesn't look like it's clean or easy. But, the lesson is the lesson and he's getting it that, like family's family, but you can't, if family is treating you like, they can take you or leave you or get you in trouble, you cannot stand for them the way you have to make it. The lesson in this is that it's like, it's not that family's family and you have to like do for family. No, the lesson in this is that he has to learn to do for himself so that his family can also learn how to do for themselves. He can't always be the fall guy. It was the lesson for him. And that will help his family stand up for themselves by him standing up for himself. That's the lesson there. So, tough lesson to have to learn that way. Stephanie, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. All right, list is shut. We are all done here for today. I haven't got any other payments other than Stephanie. So we're going to close out after Stephanie. It's a wrap here. We're going to go ahead and read for Miss Stephanie, and then we are going to close out Oceanside. Okay. 3/22, 2003. You're so young. 11 a.m. All right. Cool. I'm in school, but very confused about how to move forward in my life. I've been working very hard to figure all of this out, but I have been struggling a lot. Can I have advice to what is the reason, or what can I do about why I'm struggling and feeling like I am not able to truly find myself and also make any connections for people? Yes, we can find the reason for that. I hope this question isn't too vague. I had a catalyst twin meeting and lost my dad in the past few years, to give some context. Wow. Okay. That's a lot. And I see the grief transit here, the Neptune square Pluto. I see the grief. Okay. So some of why there's so much struggle in the identity sector is the positioning of Neptune having just crossed into your 10th house. With Neptune in that position, it makes it really difficult to know who we are, what we want, and which direction we're headed. With Neptune in that 10th house, it creates a lot of fog and confusion around the aspects of who you're supposed to be in the world. It creates a lot of questioning. I'm going to say this is going to be a once in a lifetime transit because Neptune takes so long to get around the wheel. And if you're feeling or thinking like, this isn't unusual, like nobody else seems this confused, nobody else seems this unmoored and lost, why do I feel this way? You're right. This is, even though being in school can be a confusing time for most people, with Neptune in the position it's in, it's creating more confusion for you than what would be normal for this period of time. So I want to validate you're not crazy. This is hard. In particular, with the Neptune way that it's speaking to your Chiron and spoken to your Pluto, I see you only just now coming out of a grief fog around certain things. And I see you only just now coming into a place of feeling like, okay, now I can start to get curious and explore. The curiosity and exploration is going to start to ramp up as Jupiter makes its way out of Pisces, moves full blast through Aries, and then Taurus. I see the clarity coming in for you and new friends in the second half of next year. But between now and then, what you're on schedule to do is a little bit of work in the subconscious mind. If you haven't already spoken to a grief counselor about the loss that you've experienced with your father, the loss of identity you've experienced as you've moved into your collegiate years, the loss of connection you have felt with your friends. Stephanie, I don't think it should be underestimated here the amount of loss you've experienced all at one time. A parent, identity, and friend circle, and feeling like you're struggling to connect with the friend circle that you've got, that you're around now, the people this is a lot. This is a lot of loss. If you haven't already spoken to a counselor, I think you should. I think it's going to help you significantly. Um, I do see here with Mars retrograde moving through the subconscious mind, aspecting health and well-being and where mentors and guides live. If you can talk to someone through this, it's going to help you survive it in a way that won't have you creating unhealthy coping mechanisms. Because I'm really seeing that the potential for some unhealthy coping mechanisms is here. And simultaneously, that having someone to talk to will help you make better choices while you move through the confusion. All right. So I just want to say, you're not in a bad place, but it is a tough place and you don't have to move through it alone. I also want to say, if you're thinking I should be this or by that, everyone else gets this, everyone else is moving forward. Everyone else doesn't have what you have in your chart. The grief transit is here and real. There may be some latent grief, regardless of what your relationship to your father was. Losing a parent can always be shaking up to us. And the loss of identity of who you were from where you came from is also real. I see that you're taking that much harder than other people may be taking it. So give yourself a break, cut yourself some slack. You should not be dealing with this the way other people are. You should not feel the way other people feel. This is a big deal. And if you can find some support, that would really help you. Thank you so much. That was extremely validating. And I definitely need to speak up about it to people. Yeah, don't go through this alone. Yes, everyone transitions when they're in their collegiate years. Yes, everyone goes through a loss of identity. Yes, everyone can feel a little confused. But yours is a very unique place. And I think it's going to be necessary for you to give yourself some credit for how challenging this has been for you and not expect yourself to be coping with it like everyone else. Okay, Steph? All right. Thanks for letting me read for you, Stephanie. It was a treat. Sending you some big hugs. Most schools have some sort of like school counselor or like school therapy that you're allowed to have. Certain number of visits you can have. Maybe start there. Start by talking to some of them and get like a weekly appointment as you move through the fall and the winter seasons, assuming you're in the northern hemisphere. All right. All right, sweet Stephanie, thank you so much. And stay safe. Definitely come on back as you need to. We're going to go ahead and close out here. Thank you all so much for being here. Divine Love 888, feel free to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you know when I'm live again. Alternatively, you can jump onto my private list, which is linked below in the description box. Been live for about 5.5 hours now, and I'm prepared to close out. And I want to just thank you all for being here. Thank my moderator, Kylie. The list is now closed, except to Kylie. Kylie, if you have a closing question for yourself or for the collective you would like for me to answer, I would be more than happy to answer that question. After Miss Kylie, it's a wrap. Thank you guys all for being here once again. No problem, Divine Love 888. Kylie, let me know what you're thinking. It's so great to have you here, Divine Love. Next time. Love to read for you next time. I think there's someone thing coming from the past. Any way to look at that? Possibly, Kylie. Yeah, totally. Let's have a look. I know Kylie really is. She takes this moderation thing like it's her job. So I'm like, all right, girl, let me just read for you wherever I can. 3/26, 1996. 2:15 a.m. Kylie's feeling an itch behind her. Is somebody coming from the past? Let's have a look. See, very plausibly, Kylie, especially with the Mars retrograde sitting on top of your moon. Moon is ruler of the seventh house of committed partnership, a hundo. I do see someone that things never really got off the ground with, but it seemed like there was a lot of potential with, could come in during this period of time. Or someone with whom it was just fuck buddies with could come in during this period of time looking for either a second chance to be fuck buddies or to take it to the next level. I'm really excited because as I'm looking at this new energy, or not new, but like something new coming from the past, I'm also seeing here Jupiter is going to hit that vertex point. As we know, Jupiter's money, luck, opportunity, and husbands in your seventh house of committed partnership and marriage next year. So I'm certainly seeing that happen. And I'm seeing this Uranus, the way it's hitting your Venus, has been trying to prime you for some cash money and for some, what is that called? Boyfriend materials. Yeah, those. Been trying to prime you for love life going to the next level for some time. So this is exciting. I really like to see it. Someone from the past, I definitely see it. I don't know who exactly it is, but I certainly see the probability very high. When I see the Saturn retrograde component, though, I also see that this is somebody that you had to play the boundaries game with, Kylie. This was somebody that wasn't prepared or was prepared. Let me take that part off the table. Race. This was someone for whom, whatever reason, you needed to enact some boundaries and have some backbone with. This is really forcing this person's new arrival or return will help facilitate the completion of those lessons. And it'll be a little bit of a like, did you get the lesson or not? If you did, great, you'll ace it, move to the next level. The next level will either be with this person really stepping up, or it'll be with somebody who's like, oh, great, Kylie knows how to hold good boundaries with people. She's exactly the kind of woman I've been looking for. Let's do this, Kylie, in their sexiest voice. So it does look like a love transit. It does look like the potential for something to happen, especially with Jupiter crossing over your sun being another ruler of your seventh house of committed partnership. I know you've got the menses around, that they float around in the space. I know that they are a part of your world. It'll be interesting to see which one decides to reintroduce himself. I do see a bit of a, excuse me, Miss Kylie, allow me to reintroduce myself. I do see a bit of that happening here in your chart in more than one location. So that you are feeling it doesn't surprise me given how sensitive you are to planetary energies and vibrations. You're feeling it because they're thinking it. So you can go ahead, because you're so sensitive, transmit out your response, and you can allow the thing to come in correctly for you. Good stuff, Kylie. Now I got to get my popcorn out. I'm ready to know what happens here. Awesome. All right. Thanks, everybody. It was a treat to hang out with you guys today. Thanks for letting me read for you. Total fun. I love doing the live mini readings with you guys. And yeah, we're going to close out here, and I will see you guys next time we do live mini readings. Take great care, everyone, and bye for now.